Chapter 3500. A pitch-black forest, a grayish-white sky, ghastly white bones. The entire scene was undoubtedly filled with despair and death. Under Ling Xiao's lead, the people of the Soul Hall and the 8 Immortals' kingdom were running towards the huge black shadow in the center. As they got closer, everyone finally saw the full appearance of the black shadow. It was actually the corpse of a demonic beast. That's right, it was a corpse, not a corpse, because its physical body was not destroyed and continued to be preserved. The huge body stood there like a terrifying fortress. What kind of demonic beast is this? It's so huge, 4 or 5 times bigger than the volcanic mountain tortoise. Can it actually die in battle? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Although the martial artists of the other 3 factions had already arrived near the corpse of the huge demonic beast in advance, and they discovered that there was a door on the corpse that led to it. But no one dared to rashly enter. The huge demonic beast corpse emitted a strange and terrifying aura. No matter who it was, they would feel fear in their hearts. Whoosh! Suddenly, the huge corpse spat out a 7-colored light. Everyone jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. However, just as they retreated a few steps, someone stopped and revealed a look of ecstasy on his face. Reincarnation Immortal Bone. Someone shouted and hurriedly rushed forward to fight for the Reincarnation Immortal Bone. A chaotic scramble for the treasures began. However, what was interesting was that there seemed to be only 18 Reincarnation Immortal Bones, and each one fell beside a martial artist's body. Even if others wanted to snatch it, they had to defeat their opponents. But the primordial Sword Emperor's treasure had not appeared yet, and everyone was obviously hesitant to fight here. In the end, they simply gave up. After all, although the Reincarnation Immortal Bone was good, it was far inferior to the primordial Sword Emperor's treasure. Ling Xiao held a Reincarnation Immortal Bone and observed it. The bone was like jade and actually felt cold in his hand. But to be honest, he really did not know what it was for. But since everyone was fighting for it, it must be useful. Winsole explained, the Reincarnation Immortal Bone is extremely important to martial artists who have entered the reincarnation cycle. With the Reincarnation Immortal Bone, it can be said that one is 100% sure to advance from the Reincarnation Divine Realm to the Reincarnation Divine Meridian Realm. The formation of the Divine Veins was based on the Reincarnation Immortal Bone. Everyone who has obtained this item must take good care of it. Not only can it increase your cultivation speed, it can also increase your cultivation speed. It can even allow your cultivation to break through the barrier. Hearing Winsole's words, Ling Xiao thought to himself that this was really good stuff. Generally speaking, the thing that martial artists feared the most when breaking through a major realm was the cultivation barrier. Many people were unable to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, things would be different if he had something like the Reincarnation Immortal Bone. As expected, Senior Ancient Sword Emperor has already thought of a gift for his descendants. Although not everyone will be able to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, they will definitely be able to obtain some benefits. Ling Xiao sighed. Perhaps to the Ancient Sword Monarch, even if he died, it would be worth it if he could allow the later generations to produce cultivators that could resist the 4 major regions. Everyone put away the Reincarnation Immortal Bone, and then they walked towards the huge beast's corpse with anticipation. They believed that the Ancient Sword Emperor wouldn't harm them. Ling Xiao thought so too. After all, the Ancient Sword Emperor's goal was to give his inheritance to the people who entered the Ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. The fear from before seemed to have disappeared by quite a bit. However, everyone still remained vigilant. Although they knew that the Ancient Sword Emperor wouldn't harm them, there must be many traps set up here to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. When they got closer, they realized that the beast's corpse had actually been transformed into a huge building. Needless to say, there was no one else who could do this other than the Ancient Sword Emperor. Be careful. Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura being released in the surroundings, as if there was some power that wanted to prevent them from entering the beast's corpse. When they were about 100 meters away from the beast, the corpses on the ground actually stood up one by one. There were humans, demonic beasts, and even members of the sea race. These corpses contained intense resentment and hatred, as if they didn't want the martial artists to get close to the beast. These guys must have been martial artists and beasts from the 4 major regions when they were alive. They died here in the battle with the ancient Sword Emperor, but their souls still linger. Dragon Mother said coldly. Then what should we do? And Kong asked. The ancient Sword Emperor's treasure isn't something that anyone can get. If you can't even deal with this kind of trouble, then get lost as soon as possible. Dragon Mother sneered and charged towards the group of corpses. And Kong naturally followed. Then, the Heavenly King, King Zhong, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, and the Linglong Saintess all started fighting. Let's fight. These guys still want to turn into bone spirits to stop us even after they're dead. And there are so many of them, so it's impossible not to fight. But don't fight. If there's a chance to rush into the Beast Gate, go in. Ling Xiao summoned the Fire Supreme Sword and ordered. Yes. With his order, everyone rushed towards the beast. These bone spirits were very powerful. Although they weren't as terrifying as they were when they were alive, the weakest was still at the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The strongest was actually at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. As for why there were no more powerful bone spirits, Ling Xiao guessed that this might be the result of the ancient Sword Emperor's hard work. He knew that it was very difficult to produce a Reincarnation Divine Realm warrior in the Western region. So he set a rule in his Imperial Mausoleum that the strongest could not exceed the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Of course, this was just Ling Xiao's guess. Whether it was true or not had yet to be verified. But for now, it was indeed the case. The battle was about to start. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others' battle. At this moment, he and Darkfrost were the 2 strongest people in his team of 10. Naturally, they had to take on the task of eliminating the powerful bone spirits. The warrior souls, battle souls, and wind souls were weaker, so they were protected in the middle and assisted in the battle. Ling Xiao rushed to the front alone. Darkfrost and Cold Plum were on the left. Long Chun and Xiao Jin were on the right. Dragon Shark King and Murongda were at the back. This way, they could ensure that they could block the bone spirits from attacking the formation. It could also prevent them from being sneak attacked by the other 3 forces. After all, the treasures of the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum might appear somewhere in the beast's corpse. One less person would mean one less competitor. There was no doubt about that. The bone spirits at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm were not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. He was like a sharp divine sword, easily opening up a broad path for the team. Because there were more people and they weren't weak, their progress was the fastest. Ling Xiao also had the time to carefully observe the situation in the other 4 directions. It seemed that a month had passed, and everyone's strength had increased. Chapter 3501. Dragon Mother should have broken through to the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. It was the same for Heavenly King and King Zhong. One of them was stimulated by his son's death and cultivated crazily. The other had been defeated by Ling Xiao and had finally gained enlightenment and achieved a breakthrough. On the Revenge Alliance's side, Linglong Saintess had reached the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Realm. The leader of the Revenge Alliance was the strangest. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Ling Xiao could not understand. Logically speaking, his aptitude should not be as good as Dragon Mother's. How could his cultivation be stronger than Dragon Mother's after a month? He also surpassed Darkfrost, but he could not understand and could not investigate now. He could only keep the question in his heart. Looking at the 2 Western region experts sent by the God-Fiend Order Master, their performance was average. If they were powerful, they were at the end. If they were not powerful, those bone spirits could not hurt them. It was really strange. Anyway, Ling Xiao always felt that these 2 guys were strange. They were clearly human, but their bodies released the terrifying aura of a beast. He was observing these people when he suddenly heard Dragon Mother shout, "I'll go first." That guy actually twisted his fat and huge body and entered the giant beast's body. As expected of Dragon Mother, she was really brave. She probably also considered the danger in the giant beast's body, but if she was too scared, no one would go in. She wanted to seize this opportunity. Hong Kong was shocked, but he did not want to be left alone. He also rushed in. If he stayed, no matter which power it was, they wouldn't mind sending him to the afterlife. Let's go too. Others are not afraid. so we don't have to be. Ling Xiao did not know what was going on inside because his Tai Chi eye could not see through the giant beast's thick body. There seemed to be a powerful energy on the body, blocking his Tai Chi eye. Everyone entered the giant beast's body one after another. The first place they came to was a place similar to a hall. The huge hall was empty. In front of them was a door made of an unknown material. Dragon Mother had tried to attack the door with all her strength, but the door did not move. Among all of them, Dragon Mother's strength was considered the strongest, yet she was unable to break through the door. The others did not have to try anymore. Even if he tried, it would be a waste of effort. Ling Xiao tried to check if there was any array formation or Dharma array on the door to see if he could break it, but none of them succeeded. There was no formation, so it should be a special mechanism. However, Yuan Venerates weren't as familiar with mechanism techniques as they were with array formations. Ling Xiao was the same. When everyone arrived at the hall, suddenly, rays of light flashed in the hall. It actually formed a line of text in the air. If we want to go to the next place, half of us have to stay here. The text was very clear. However, this was interesting. He could choose to stay behind on his own accord or be killed. Just as everyone was thinking this, the light flashed again. Another paragraph of text appeared. Now, the people who want to stay can speak. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now. In that case, we can only enter a cruel battle. His meaning was very clear. In any case, only 9 people could enter the next place. Ling Xiao frowned. Originally, he wanted to have more people so that there would be more opportunities. However, it now seemed like the ancient Sword Emperor's requirements for martialists were quite high. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Fighting Soul, Wind Soul, Battle Soul, Murong Da, the 4 of you can stay behind. This was a very difficult decision. However, Ling Xiao felt that he had to do this. These 4 people were relatively weak. Once they started fighting, they would most likely be killed. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. I'm fine with it. Me too. I'm already content to be able to enter this place and obtain the reincarnation immortal bone. The Fighting Soul, Battle Soul, and Wind Soul were all fine with it. They had obtained the reincarnation immortal bone and could cultivate in the body of a huge beast with abundant spirit energy. The speed of their cultivation would be 10 times faster than outside. These were all benefits. As for the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, they really didn't dare ask for it. I don't want to stay. However, Murong Da rejected Ling Xiao's good intentions. In that case, it's all up to you. However, I have to remind you that your strength might cause you to lose your life. I don't want you to be killed as soon as you join the Soul Hall. Ling Xiao reminded him again. Thank you for your kindness, but I appreciate it. Murong Da was a proud person. Although he might not betray the Soul Hall, his character was very arrogant. He didn't care about Ling Xiao's words at all. Ling Xiao sighed. He shook his head helplessly. He could only hope that no one would die. After all, even if they were defeated, they might not necessarily die. At this point, 3 people had left, and there were still 15 people left. 6 people still had to be eliminated. Of these 15 people, no one was willing to leave. After all, the other 3 factions didn't have many people to begin with. Next, let's start the battle. The 3 people who took the initiative to leave will be protected. When the rest are killed or announce their withdrawal, and there are only 9 people left, the door will open. After this paragraph of text was displayed, the light disappeared. The Fighting Soul, Wind Soul, and Battle Soul were enveloped by a ball of light. Ling Xiao tried and threw a palm strike, but there was no reaction. This protective shield was really strong. Everyone, let's join forces. There are too many people from the Soul Hall and the 8 Immortals Kingdom. It's better to eliminate them all. Dragon Mother suddenly suggested. No problem. Heavenly King was the first to respond. We have no problem either. The Vengeful Alliance's leader also said. The Linglong Saintess was a little helpless. She didn't want to do this, but after all, she was a member of the Vengeful Alliance, so she could only obey. In this way, the 6 people from the 3 factions joined forces. Dragon Mother looked at the 2 experts sent by the Divine Demon Order Master and said, What about you? Are you with them? Or with us? Of course it's you. The two looked at each other and stood on the side of the three factions. At this point, the number of people on both sides had become 8 against 7. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. This kind of thing was within his expectations. The fighting soul, battle soul, and wind soul were also glad that they chose to leave. Otherwise, they would only be a burden if they stayed. "I'll deal with Dark Frost," Dragon Mother said coldly. "Ling Xiao is mine," Heavenly King shouted sternly. At the beginning, everyone began to look for opponents for themselves. The two experts sent by the Divine Demon Order Master chose Morongda and Dragon Shark King respectively. Obviously, they felt that these two were the weakest on Ling Xiao's side. And they also thought that they were the weakest on Dragon Mother's side. The Linglong Saintess was up against Cold Plum. The Vengeful Alliance's leader was up against Xiao Jin. Lord Zhong was up against Long Chun. "Hee, I'll help Heavenly King to deal with Ling Xiao." And Kong sneered and walked toward Heavenly King. Chapter 3502. The Heavenly King didn't object to Kong helping him. Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about his current strength. Therefore, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. With Kong helping him, he might have a better chance of winning. The battle was about to begin. However, at this moment, a strange energy swept through the entire hall. Then, the Soul of Battle, and Soul of Wind realized that the rest of the people in the hall had disappeared. "Where do you think they went?" The Soul of Battle asked Soul of Wind. "How would I know? But they should be fighting in some small world. After all, this place is small, and it's very likely that it will become a chaotic battle. It's impossible to form a one-on-one battle." Soul of Wind thought for a moment. One-on-one? Don't forget that Ling Xiao is facing the Heavenly King and Kong. Soul of Battle said unhappily. "Who knows? Maybe the ancient Sword Emperor thinks that he should be able to defeat those two." Soul of Wind stroked his beard. Actually, it was just as Soul of Wind said. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place similar to an arena. This was only a very small space. There were only him, the Heavenly King, and Kong. He believed that there were probably one-on-one battles going on in other spaces. "I hope they can survive." Since they were fighting in a sealed space, Ling Xiao felt that there was no need for him to hide anything. Everything that needed to be used could be put to use. "Kid, today is the day I avenge my son." The Heavenly King looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with anger. He had been waiting for Ling Xiao to be alone. Now that it was finally time, how could he not be happy? "I've heard this many times. If you want to come, then come. Cut the crap. I've never regretted killing Prince Tian. I won't be soft-hearted when killing you." Ling Xiao said this, but he was calculating in his heart. Facing the Heavenly King and Kong, it would be a little difficult for him. He had to get rid of one of them first, and Kong was obviously the best candidate. Thinking of this, he had already made a decision. At the same time, in another space, Mother Dragon looked at Dark Frost but didn't attack. "God is helping me. You can only stay here and wait for your beloved to die. You think too highly of Heavenly King and Kong. You also underestimate my big brother Ling Xiao." Dark Frost looked at Dragon Mother calmly without a trace of worry in her eyes. "Really? Hee, why don't we sit down and wait? If the two of us fight, I'm afraid we'll never be able to end this battle." Mother Dragon didn't intend to fight with Dark Frost. She knew how powerful Dark Frost was. Dark Frost had no intention of making a move. The two of them sat there cross-legged, waiting for the results. "Morongda is dead. There are 14 people left." Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Everyone heard it. They were separated, and in less than a minute, Morongda was killed. This speed was simply too fast. That Morongda is truly trash. Your soul palace likes trash like this, right? Mother Dragon sneered. Dark Frost didn't say anything. Her eyes were still closed. However, Ling Xiao, who was in another space, felt that something was wrong. Although Morongda wasn't strong, he was still a level 2 reincarnation divine realm martial artist. According to his estimation, even if he was defeated, it wouldn't be so fast. There must be something wrong. At this moment, in the space where Morongda was. You. Morongda looked at the person in front of him in horror. His eyes flickered with terrifying fear. "You're not human." After saying these words, he fell to the ground and died. At the moment of his death, he remembered Ling Xiao's words. He regretted not listening to Ling Xiao. This trip to the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum was much more complicated than he had imagined. Dragon Shark King has admitted defeat. There are 13 people left. All of a sudden, another voice rang out. It was less than a minute after Moronda was killed. Dragon Shark lost too? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He remembered clearly that Moronda and Dragon Shark King's opponents were the two experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order. Was his previous judgment right? There was something wrong with those two guys. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to escape. At the same time, in the space where Dragon Shark King was fighting, the expert sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order didn't look too good. He wanted to kill Dragon Shark King quickly, but he didn't expect that guy to admit defeat and be swept away by a white light. It would be better if I could move faster. Now he has discovered my secret. That expert's eyes flickered, but he had no other choice. The winner wouldn't be teleported out immediately. He could only wait. Dragon Shark, what happened? Seeing Dragon Shark King appear in the hall, Feng Hun and the rest asked in surprise. Dragon Shark King was seriously injured. His face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. The strength of the enemy was far beyond his expectations. If not for Moronda's death, he would have admitted defeat. Then, he would directly admit defeat. Otherwise, he could forget about living. Damn it, the two guys sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order are from the Parasite clan. On the surface, they look like warriors from the Western region, but in reality, they are experts at the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. This is probably not their true strength. They are limited by the strength of their physical bodies, so they can only display this strength. Dragon Shark said with a gloomy face as he threw the healing pill that Ling Xiao had given him into his mouth. Then what do we do now? We can't contact the Palace Master and Brother Ling. Feng Hun was anxious. It's okay. I believe Brother Ling has already guessed it. Dragon Shark gasped. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What a pity. That traitor Dragon Shark is not dead. And Kong looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, "But it doesn't matter. This is your trash companion." Ling Xiao's heart gradually calmed down. He could roughly guess what had happened, but now was not the time to think about it. It was better to focus on the battle in front of him. And Kong, when you lost to me in the world of the dead, you should have understood that you are definitely not my match. Today, I will let you completely give up. As he spoke, Ling Xiao opened his right eye's 4-leaf demonic pupils. In Kang's eyes, Ling Xiao was rushing towards him, scaring him so much that he had no choice but to block with all his might. In reality, Ling Xiao was charging towards the Heavenly King. What the hell is Kong doing? The Heavenly King was stunned when he saw Kong attacking the air with all his might. Ling Xiao's Soul Snatcher was very useful against warriors who were weaker than him. It could cause the other party to hallucinate. Kong was like that. Don't worry about others. Take care of yourself first. Ling Xiao sneered, and 2 long swords condensed in the air. Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art. Fire Supreme Blazing Sky Sword Art. Kill. A dual-colored sword light intertwined with ice and fire suddenly charged towards the Heavenly King. Chapter 3503. In the face of Ling Xiao's dual sword attack, the Heavenly King's face turned cold. Although he said that he was not afraid of Ling Xiao, his heart was filled with fear. He definitely did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Thus, he condensed his attack and charged towards Ling Xiao. He also used a high-level king-level martial skill. This was also the most powerful martial skill he could use. Vertical Golden Light Technique. Suddenly, just as Ling Xiao was about to collide with the Heavenly King, he actually used the Vertical Golden Light Technique. He disappeared in front of the Heavenly King. At that moment, the Heavenly King sensed that something was wrong. Kong, be careful, he roared angrily, but it was too late. The dual-colored sword light condensed by the Ice Supreme Sword and the Fire Supreme Sword directly pierced through Kang's body. Kong did not even have time to shout out and admit defeat before he died. Until his death, he still did not know how he died. Kong is dead. 12 people remaining. The voice in the void rang out again. There are still 3 to be eliminated. Who do you think it will be? Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly King and sneered coldly. You're the next one. The Heavenly King also looked at Ling Xiao with a gloomy expression. He did not expect that with him watching from the side, Kong would be killed so easily. This was a blunder. In another space, Dragon Mother could no longer sit still. What are you panicking for? Didn't you say that my big brother Ling Xiao would die? What about now? Your Kong is dead. There's only the Heavenly King left. Do you think he'll be a match for my big brother Ling Xiao? Dark Frost sneered. Dragon Mother was furious, but there was nothing she could do. In this space, if one was not a loser, they should not be able to leave for the time being. Whoever laughs last laughs the best. Don't underestimate the Heavenly King. Otherwise, your big brother Ling Xiao will definitely die a miserable death. Dragon Mother gritted her teeth and sat down again. At this time, the battles in all the spaces had entered a white-hot stage. Someone could be eliminated at any time. Everyone was extra careful. No one wanted to leave so early. Damn it, Thousand Shadow Sword. Seeing that Kong had been killed by Ling Xiao, the Heavenly King was furious. With a flick of the sword in his hand, over 1,000 sword shadows shot towards Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao killed Kong, he would make Ling Xiao pay a huge price. In the face of the Heavenly King's attack, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The current him was no longer the same as before. Second level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Coupled with the transformation of the Peerless Heavenly Rat, he could unleash the combat strength of a martial artist at the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Although both of them had demon spirits protecting their bodies, they could cancel each other out. However, Ling Xiao was going to fight with the Heavenly King today, so there was no need for the demon spirit. His body gradually transformed into the ultimate Heavenly Rat Beast soul. His ferocious appearance added a bit of killing intent to the originally silent space. He held the Ice Supreme Sword in one hand and the Fire Supreme Sword in the other. His hands flew up and down. Countless sword shadows were easily torn apart. It was like cutting tofu. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of sword shadows had completely disappeared. And on Ling Xiao's body, there was not the slightest trace of injury. You gave up on the attack of a high-level king-level martial skill and used this peak general-level martial skill to kill me. It's nothing more than thinking that it saves time. It's a pity that although this move does save time, its power is too weak. If you don't have any other abilities, forget about revenge today. Even you would have to die here. I'm definitely not an alarmist. Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly King coldly. He was not in a hurry to end the battle immediately. Anyway, even if he won, he would not be able to leave this place immediately. It just so happened that the Heavenly King was also a very good sparring partner. He would use the Heavenly King to hone his cultivation and combat skills. Bullshit. 10,000 sword kill. This time, the Heavenly King used a low-level king-level martial skill. The vast sword shadows were more than before, and the lethality was even more terrifying. It seems that this is all you have. Today, I'll let you see what the strongest attack in the Western region is. Ling Xiao had originally hoped that the Heavenly King would give him a little surprise. But it was a pity. The combat power that the Heavenly King displayed was actually not stronger than King Zhong's. He was not even qualified to be a sparring partner. He sighed, for swords rose into the air. Supreme Ice Cold Sky Sword Technique. Supreme Fire Blazing Sky Sword Technique. Supreme Spirit Heaven Sword Technique. Exquisite Celestial Sword Technique. 4 swords in one. The 4 sword lights merged into one and transformed into a terrifying sword light of 4 different colors. They charged towards the curved sword shadow. Ridiculous. I've seen your 4 swords in one before. It's at most a high-level king-level martial skill. Do you think you can kill me? 100,000 sword shadows. Seeing that Ling Xiao had used a high-level king-level martial skill, the Heavenly King knew that the 10,000 sword kill could not block it. So, he finally used his most powerful martial skill. For a moment, the entire space seemed to have turned into sword shadows. Then, the countless sword shadows merged into one and turned into a huge sword light. It charged towards Ling Xiao. Idiot, That's why I said that you're a frog at the bottom of the well. You don't understand at all. The current me is not the same as before, and my sword art is no longer the sword art of the past. Rumble. The four sword lights finally collided with the huge sword shadow. However, in just a moment, the huge sword shadow fell apart. Seeing this, the Heavenly King was shocked. Impossible. They're both high-level king-level martial skills. How can your attack be so terrifying? The Heavenly King exclaimed. At this moment, his face turned pale. Previously, he was quite confident that even if he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would not have any problems. But now, Ling Xiao's terrifying four-colored sword light made him want to admit defeat and surrender. However, after a moment of hesitation, the four-colored sword light was already in front of him. The terrifying sword light pierced through the Heavenly King's body. Then, the sword light exploded. The Heavenly King let out an earth-shattering scream. No! He was shocked and regretful. He could not believe that he would be defeated by Ling Xiao so easily. However, his life was fading away quickly. It was so real and so cruel. When you go to hell, remember, don't let your precious son do whatever he wants. Who knows when it will bring about a fatal disaster for all of you. Watching the Heavenly King's body gradually shatter in the sword light, Ling Xiao said coldly. Since then, the Heavenly King of the Heavenly King dynasty had fallen. He died with his ambition. The Heavenly King dynasty of the Western region could never rise again. When Ling Xiao returned to the Western region in the future, it should be easier for him to take charge of the Western region. However, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest smile on his face, because he knew that the biggest opponent this time was not the Heavenly King, Dragon Mother, or the leader of the Avenging Alliance. It was those two strange experts. They did not even know their names, but they could easily kill Morongda and defeat the Dragon Shark King. Everyone seemed to have underestimated them. Ling Xiao did not waste time and sat down. The space here was extremely special and had very rich energy. It was very helpful for cultivation, so he naturally would not waste time. As for the opponent, he could only deal with it as it came. It was useless to be afraid now. Chapter 3504. The Heavenly King has died in battle, 11 people remaining. In the void, that illusory voice sounded again. Dragon Mother instantly stood up from the ground. This is impossible. She could not believe that the Heavenly King actually lost to Ling Xiao. Even if the Heavenly King did not have a weapon similar to the Sea God's Fury, his cultivation had also reached the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He was actually killed by Ling Xiao? Hee. Did you hear that, old woman? Looking down on my big brother Ling Xiao will get you into trouble. Ming Shuang's heart that had been hanging in the air was finally at ease. It was impossible to say that she was not worried about Ling Xiao. It was just that she had never shown it. In another space, King Zhong and Long Chun were locked in a fierce battle. One was a descendant of the dragon race with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The other was a 4th level Reincarnation Divine Realm powerhouse. The two's combat strength was basically on par. For a moment, it was actually difficult to determine the victor. The Heavenly King's death stunned King Zhong for a moment. Long Chun would not miss this good opportunity. He suddenly erupted with an attack and charged towards King Zhong. The two's strength was originally on par. King Zhong's carelessness also caused him to lose the initiative in this battle. I've lost. I admit defeat. Long Chen's sharp claws were on King Zhong's throat. If he dared to say no, he would immediately be killed. At the same time that he admitted defeat, a white light swept him away. King Zhong admits defeat. 10 people remaining. There's still one more person to be eliminated. I wonder who it will be? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Just as he said this, all of a sudden, a voice rang out. Linglong Saintus admits defeat. 9 people remaining. Please prepare to enter the next place. Regardless of the outcome in the space, all the remaining 9 people were all teleported away. The surroundings were gray and hazy. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. He knew that this should be the second stage of entering the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. In order to test the people entering the mausoleum, the Ancient Sword Emperor had really put in a lot of effort. Sure enough, after a while, all 9 of them appeared. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 experts sent by the divine Devil Order Master, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Although Morongda was a bit arrogant, he was still a member of Soul Palace. Since he was killed by these 2 guys, he had to do something about it. Furthermore, he had a feeling that those 2 fellows posed a great threat to the others. Dragon Mother, leader of the Avenging Alliance, why don't we stop fighting? The 9 of them were Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, Long Qin, Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, Mother Dragon, and the 2 mysterious people. Ling Xiao felt that if they wanted to fight against the 2 mysterious people, they had to unite. Ceasefire? What a joke. Why didn't you call for a ceasefire when you killed Kong? Dragon Mother sneered. You no longer have any advantage. Our common enemy now should be those 2 fellows. Ling Xiao said coldly, I think that before we get the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, everything we say is nonsense. It was impossible for Dragon Mother to join forces. She would rather act alone than join forces. There was only one ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. If she joined forces with Ling Xiao to deal with the 2 mysterious people, after that, she would definitely be the unlucky one. The leader of the Avenging Alliance also thought of the same thing and refused to join forces. All right, since that's the case, then forget it. Ling Xiao had good intentions. They were all Western region martial artists, and there was no need to kill each other. But since they didn't appreciate it, what else could he say? Let's go. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 mysterious people and called for the people around him to continue forward. The 2 of them also glanced at him. Perhaps they felt that their identities had been exposed and there was nothing to hide. Therefore, they revealed sinister smiles. Don't worry, kid. We won't kill you before the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure appears. The Divine Devil Order Master said that you have the ancient Sword Emperor's aura on you and are most likely to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. So you have to stay until the end. But as for the others, it's best that you don't fall behind. Remember, whoever dares to hurt my people, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 mysterious people coldly. He knew that he was no match for them at the moment, so he urgently needed to become stronger. The ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance was very important to him. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he had to continue forward. They walked forward, and the others followed. No one was willing to fall behind. After all, they had already entered the 2nd checkpoint. Who knew if there would be something good waiting for them there? If they fell behind, it might be snatched away by others. The gray fog finally gradually dispersed. On the road ahead, some strange things appeared. These things were ancient armors. There was nothing inside. The armors could move by themselves, and the invisible hands were holding weapons. Armor spirit? It was similar to the bone spirit. The bone spirit was a vengeful spirit attached to the bones, and the armor spirit's soul was attached to the armor or weapon. In comparison, the bone spirit outside was full of evil thoughts and really wanted to kill them, and the armor spirit inside just wanted to stop them. There were not as many armor spirits as bone spirits, but each of their strength was at least level 3 true element realm. It was very scary. The 2nd checkpoint is already so scary. I really don't know what we'll encounter later. Ling Xiao frowned. Fortunately, after passing the 1st checkpoint, those who remained were all powerhouses. It was not a problem to deal with the armor spirit at level 3 true element realm. Follow me closely, don't fall behind. Ling Xiao was not worried about the armor spirit at this time. Even if the armor spirit defeated a martial artist, it would not kill them. The ancient Sword Emperor obviously had a merciful heart. Even the kind of battle in the 1st checkpoint was set up with the option to surrender. What he was most worried about now was the 2 mysterious people. He did not know when they would attack them. Therefore, the 5 of them gathered together and were very united. The armor spirit was basically unkillable. Even if it was shattered, it could still gather again. So it was almost impossible for the team to speed up. The 2 mysterious people were originally rushing very fast, but as they moved forward, they encountered more and more armor spirits. They had no choice but to retreat. In the end, the 9 of them actually formed a team. They were forced to start working together. In this way, killing the enemies became much easier. While killing the enemies, They took turns to rest, because this road was very long, so long that they could not see the end at all. If they continued to kill like this, even they would be exhausted to death. It was still much easier to take turns like this, but even so, this endless killing continued for a full day and night. When everyone was completely numb, suddenly, there was a light in front. A huge treasure chest shining with dazzling light was placed on a stone platform. The treasure chest was more than 1,000 meters away from them. Along the way, there were still countless armor spirits blocking the way. Chapter 3505. Wealth moved people's hearts. Everyone knew that the things in the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum were definitely not ordinary. The reincarnation immortal bone from before had already proved this point. Now, there was definitely something good in this treasure chest. The team that had been put together at the last minute completely collapsed at this moment. Mother Dragon, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, the two mysterious men, Ling Xiao, and the others rushed out together. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing to experts like them. Everyone ate elixirs, and the consumed true essence recovered a lot in an instant. Their speed skyrocketed. Like 9 sword lights, they shot over. Along the way, the armor spirits were all knocked apart. This was only a distance of 1,000 meters. If the distance was too long, they would not dare to consume so much true essence. Boom! 9 people attacked at the same time, sending the treasure chest flying. In the air, the treasure chest was blasted open. Several things fell down. In that instant, Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw the things inside. There were a total of 4 things: a sword, a piece of black jade, a spear, and a book. Needless to say, these 4 things were all supreme-grade items. The sword was a treasure-grade emperor weapon. Ling Xiao could feel that it was the 9th sword he had been searching for a long time, the Heavenly Emperor Sword. And the black jade was the Black Heaven Ink Jade, which could be used with the Demon Sovereign Sword to cultivate the Demon Sovereign Black Heaven Sword art. He did not expect these 2 things to appear here. As for the spear, it was even more amazing. Ling Xiao felt that it should be an immortal-grade emperor weapon. Its grade was the same as the Ice Age, Sky Sword, and Wrath of the Sea God. One had to know that immortal-grade emperor weapons were usually only owned by reincarnation divine, Pulse Realm martial artists. If Mother Dragon and Ling Xiao had not inherited the ancient emperor's legacy, they would not be able to use it at all. Even if they could use it now, they would not be able to unleash the true power of Qi. The last book was obviously a martial arts secret manual. The Tai Chi Eye told Ling Xiao that it was a pinnacle king-level martial arts technique. It was more powerful than any martial arts technique in the Western region. Mother Dragon aimed at the martial arts manual. The Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance and the 2 mysterious people aimed at the immortal-grade Emperor Weapon Spear. On the contrary, no one fought with Ling Xiao for the Black Heaven Ink Jade and the Heavenly Emperor Sword. You guys go and snatch that manual. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Dark Frost and the others. The reason why he did not intend to snatch the long spear was because he was guarding against those 2 mysterious people. No one knew how terrifying those 2 fellows were. With no one fighting over them, Ling Xiao easily obtained the Black Heaven Ink Jade and the Heavenly Emperor Sword. Then, he put it into his storage ring. What's that? He wanted to observe the situation of the other 2 items. At this moment, he saw 2 sets of armor leaning against the back of the stone platform. One glowed with a silvery white light, while the other glowed with a dark purple light. He didn't know what material the 2 armors were made of, but they were actually in a spotless state. He walked over and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Stop! Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but his hands still went down, because he could tell that the person who shouted was one of the 2 mysterious people. Those 2 people told him to stop, but he would not stop, because he knew that those 2 fellows were not good people. Seeing that Ling Xiao actually dared to not listen to him, one of the mysterious people abandoned the long spear and directly charged over. Anyway, a mysterious person fighting with the Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance for the long spear would definitely have the advantage. At this moment, the fight for the manual had already ended, although Dragon Mother was strong. But in the face of the joint attack of Dark Frost and the others, she was still defeated. The manual fell into the hands of Cold Plum, Peking-grade martial technique. Although it was not necessary for Ling Xiao, it was very important for others. The Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance and the other mysterious person exchanged 2 moves and immediately retreated. The item was given away. At the same time, Ling Xiao's hands touched the 2 armors. The armors quickly wrapped around his arms. A ray of white light and a ray of black light sent the mysterious people who were rushing over flying. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao's expression changed. Don't worry, this is the martial spirit armor. Yuan Venerate suddenly said, there's no time to explain. Don't move. The martial spirit armor will not hurt people. On the contrary, it will strengthen your martial spirit, so that you can upgrade your martial spirit without cultivating. All of it will be added to your sword martial spirit. Hearing Yuan Venerate's words, Ling Xiao stopped resisting, and the 2 armors merged into his body. Then, he guided them to merge into his sword martial spirit. Originally, he had worked hard to upgrade his sword martial spirit to the Hotian 1st level. But after these 2 armors merged into it, his sword martial spirit instantly upgraded to the Hotian 4th level. In the past, there was no doubt that his sword martial spirit was absolutely the worst of all martial spirits. But now, the sword martial spirit had become the 2nd most powerful martial spirit among all his martial spirits. It was extremely powerful. What the hell is the martial spirit armor? During the process of merging, Ling Xiao had been shrouded in black and white light. This made it impossible for others to get close. He couldn't help but ask Yuan Venerate. Martial spirit armor and martial spirit weapon are actually the same thing. It refers to some martialists before they die. They infuse their martial spirit cultivation into it. This kind of thing is very rare. Because it is difficult for ordinary martialists to know when they will die, they will not do this kind of thing. You are lucky to be able to obtain 2 martial spirit armors. These 2 people have upgraded their martial spirits to the Hotian 3rd level when they were alive. You are lucky. And if it were someone else, merging the martial spirit armor and martial spirit weapon would be very dangerous. It is very likely to cause a conflict between martial spirits. But your origin source martial spirit is the martial spirit of Tyrant, which can accommodate everything. Therefore, there will be no danger. After the merging, the power of your next sword move will increase by at least 4 times. TSK. Such a martial spirit cultivation is not too bad even in the 4 major regions. Hearing Yuan Venerate's words, Ling Xiao also felt lucky. If he had listened to the mysterious man and not done anything, he wouldn't have been so lucky. Perhaps those 2 fellows would take the martial soul armor for themselves. Kid, stop quickly, or I will kill your companion. One of the mysterious men shouted anxiously when he saw that Ling Xiao was merging with the martial spirit armor. Ling Xiao opened his eyes suddenly, and the black and white light suddenly dissipated. He looked coldly at the mysterious man and suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Art. This sword move should only have the power of a mid-grade king martial technique. However, the Hotian 4th level of the sword spirit had increased the power of this sword move by 4 times. Although it still couldn't reach the power of a high-grade king martial technique, but its lethality had definitely increased tremendously. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could feel that his sword intent had also become stronger. The stronger the sword spirit, the easier it seemed to be to use the sword move. At that moment, the mysterious man actually had the illusion that he was facing the Ice Emperor. Chapter 3506. Clang. The mysterious man changed in an instant. His hands turned into hard and sharp claws. He blocked Ling Xiao's sword. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao, and much stronger. Therefore, Ling Xiao's sword did not cause any harm to him. However, this caused his expression to turn extremely ugly. He did not hesitate to change his body in order to block the sword. This was simply depressing. Brat, I'll kill you. The mysterious man in black was furious. Lai Sheng, don't be rash. He's still useful. At this moment, the mysterious man in white spoke. Yuan Sheng, even if I don't kill him, I can still kill those trash. They're his companions anyway. Lai Sheng said coldly, We parasites are the nightmare of countless humans in the 4 major regions. How can I be frightened by this little guy? If this gets out, where will I put my face? If you dare to kill them, I'll kill myself. Ling Xiao sneered. He saw the other party's weakness. Although he was strong, he could not directly obtain the treasures of the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. It was the same even if he was parasitic in the body of a Western region warrior. He was still not a match for the other party. He could only use this method to protect his own people. You. Good boy, you win. Lai Sheng glared at Ling Xiao and said, I don't believe that I won't have a chance to kill you. Hee. We'll see when the time comes. Ling Xiao smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, if they really fought, they would not be a match for these 2 monsters even if they joined forces. Therefore, at this stage, they still had to endure. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A white light suddenly flew out from Lai Sheng's body and shot toward Ling Xiao's mouth. Ling Xiao was completely unprepared. He was hit by the white light. At that moment, he felt that there was something extra in his body. It was trying to control his body and destroy his soul. However, this was not the only thing that was unexpected. Feeling the white light shooting into him, the fused martial soul armor actually reacted. It dragged Ling Xiao and the white light into an unknown small world. They watched as Ling Xiao disappeared. Lai Sheng did not move at all. Everyone was stunned. Big brother Ling Xiao, Dark Frost exclaimed and wanted to grab Ling Xiao's hand. But unfortunately, she did not grab anything. He angrily destroyed Lai Sheng's physical body. However, his physical body was already useless. What Lai Sheng had done just now was to directly parasitize Ling Xiao's body. This guy was very vengeful. He didn't want to wait for Ling Xiao to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance before killing him, because there were too many unforeseen events. However, even Lai Sheng did not expect such a strange situation to occur. I can't sense the boss's aura, Xiao Jin said. The aura of life-severing is gone too. Yuan Sheng frowned and said, Is. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance asked. Impossible. How can they die so easily? Maybe they were pulled into some space like before. Yuan Sheng shook his head and sneered, Heh, Lai Sheng hates that kid to the bone. Now that the kid has no help, I'm afraid he will be parasitized. Those who underestimate Master will definitely be unlucky in the end. Cold Plum said and sat down. Let's wait here. Master will come out sooner or later. That's right. How can Boss die? Longchen also sat down. I believe in Boss too. Although Xiao Jin could not feel Ling Xiao's aura, he had been through a lot. He had experienced many life and death situations. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would die so easily. That's right. Big brother Ling Xiao's life is tough. God can't take it away. Dark Frost gritted her teeth and stopped. Haha, are you not going to continue looking for the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure? There's still a long way to go. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered and pointed behind the stone platform of the treasure chest. There, the road was still extending. There were still many armor spirits on the way. It seemed that the treasure chest here was just a reward in the middle. If you want to look for it, go ahead. Anyway, we have to wait here for Boss. The 4 of them were very determined. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was more important than the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure. If Ling Xiao needed their help and they left, it would be too late for regrets. A few idiots. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered. You actually gave up the chance to fight for the treasure for a dead person. If you don't want it, I'll go get it myself. Let's go together. Mother Dragon also followed. 2 people were better than 1. However, they rushed out for a while and returned. And they seemed to be in a sorry state. On this path, it was safer near the treasure chest and would not be attacked by armor spirits. It was different if they went further. The 2 of them really could not rush over. If Yuan Sheng joined them, they could give it a try. The ancient Sword Emperor probably left 9 people behind because he felt that only the strength of 9 people could complete this path. Helpless, the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon could only stay and wait. Yuan Sheng did not leave either. He felt that it was impossible for Lai Sheng to die. As long as they waited for a while, Lai Sheng would parasitize Ling Xiao's body and come out. However, this wait lasted for an entire day. Yuan Sheng was already impatient. There's no need to wait. Both of them should be dead, he said coldly. Is that all you've got? That's your companion. Long Chen frowned. Companion? He's just a piece of trash. We've already done him justice by waiting for a day. Yuan Shang sneered disdainfully. Are you guys going or not? If not, I'm going to attack. Let's do it. We're not afraid of you. The four of them stood up and looked at Yuan Shang. Who are you on? Yuan Shang looked at the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon and asked coldly, Of course we're on your side. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance chose the more powerful Yuan Shang. Me too, Mother Dragon said. Although there were more people on the other side, Yuan Shang was the most powerful. Under Yuan Shang's attacks, the rest of them would not be able to hold on for long. When the battle began, the situation did not develop as the leader of the Vengeful Alliance expected. Dark Frost, Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Little Gold worked together seamlessly. Moreover, the four of them were very powerful. After joining forces, even if he and Yuan Shang could suppress them, they could not win in a short time. This battle lasted for a day and a night. Both sides were injured. Although the three of them on Yuan Shang's side were lightly injured, the four on Dark Frost's side were severely injured. However, Dark Frost and the other three had the pills that Ling Xiao had left behind to heal their injuries. However, the vicinity of the stone platform was no longer safe. A large number of armor spirits swarmed over. Damn it! If the four of you want to die, stay here. Let's go. Yuan Shang did not expect that he would not be able to take down the four of them so quickly. He could only leave with the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon. After all, he did not want to spend too much time here. Chapter 3507. Cold Plum. Make a decision. You've been by boss's side the longest. We can't just wait for death. Long Chun looked at the armor spirits that were constantly swarming over and said, At this time, the armor spirits seemed to be affected by the murderous aura and became fierce one by one. It wasn't like before, where he only injured and didn't kill. Hold on for one more day. If Master still doesn't come out, it means that he has already reached another place. There's no point in waiting any longer. Cold Plum thought for a while and said, Everyone agreed with this point of view. They had already waited here for 2 days and 2 nights. Plus 1 day and 1 night, it would be 3 days and 3 nights. Even if they were loyal, they couldn't wait foolishly. Who knew if Ling Xiao had entered the depths of the giant beast maze through other channels? Another day and night passed. The four of them were covered in injuries. They were already very tired. However, Ling Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. Let's go. The four of them each swallowed a pill and finally left. When they left, the stone platform was already submerged in the armor spirit's encirclement. It turned into dust. Back to 3 days ago, Ling Xiao felt a powerful force sucking him in. The moment he landed on the ground, something flew out of his mouth and suddenly fled into the distance. It entered one of the skeletons. What the hell is this place? Ling Xiao knew what came out of his body. That Lai Shang actually tried to parasitize his body and seize it, but it seemed to have failed. Then they were brought to this place. Everything here was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was very uncomfortable to look at. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a cold light attacked. Ling Xiao was very vigilant at this time, so he directly used the vertical golden light technique. His body turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already far away. However, this space didn't seem to be large. It was about 200 square meters in total. Even if he ran, he couldn't run far. Damn, I'm still injured. Ling Xiao touched his neck and there was blood flowing out, although it was only a layer of skin. However, if he hadn't dodged quickly, this attack would have slit his throat and taken his life. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. I didn't expect you to be so fast. The culprit spoke. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that it was a skeleton. However, there was a ferocious-looking parasite wrapped around the bone. It was very disgusting. Life Fisher? To think that you still recognize me, Lai Sheng sneered. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. According to Lai Sheng, they would only kill him after he obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Why did he make a move in advance? That's right. I'm going to kill you. Because you're already useless. While we're trapped here, the others must have already gone to search for the ancient Sword Emperor's treasures. Therefore, it's impossible for you to be the successor chosen by the ancient Sword Emperor. Lai Sheng sneered. I see. Ling Xiao began to understand. The wound on his neck had already healed. The healing ability of a king-level black tortoise divine body was no joke. But are you sure that I can't obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance? What if being teleported here this time is actually an opportunity? Ling Xiao looked at Lai Sheng and said, no matter how eloquent you are, you'll definitely die today. Because I don't care anymore. As long as I kill you and take over your body, I can still find the treasure. Lai Sheng sneered and then walked towards Ling Xiao. A terrifying pressure was released from his body. Although it was only a skeleton, its terrifying combat strength was not for show. It seems that I have no choice but to fight. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Although he knew that he was no match for the other party. However, he could not avoid or back down from this battle. If he did not fight, he would definitely die. If he fought, there was still a chance of survival. What he was betting on was whether he could advance his cultivation base during the battle. Fight? Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Lai Sheng sneered and said, today, you're destined to die here. A red light emitted from the pair of skeleton eyes. Although I might not be able to defeat you, I'm still qualified to fight you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but I don't quite understand. Why must you kill me? Do we have a grudge before? No. Lai Sheng shook his head and said, then why? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Haven't you heard of it? A treasure is a crime. Lai Sheng sneered and said, you're just a martial artist from the western region. What ability do you have to cultivate so quickly? I believe that you must have some treasure on you. Before the reincarnation divine realm, I thought it was the influence of the Frost General's inheritance. But that influence was only limited to before the reincarnation divine realm. But after you stepped into the reincarnation divine realm, you quickly advanced to the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. This speed is even faster than many of the geniuses in the Savage Beast region. And this is only the immemorial divine tomb, which still belongs to the western region. How is that possible? So I judge that you must have a treasure on you, and it's not inferior to the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. You're thinking too much. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I don't have any treasures on me. It's not up to you to decide whether you have them or not. Anyway, I'll soon know your secret after killing you. I still have to get out of here and snatch the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance as soon as possible. If that thing falls into the hands of others, I won't be able to complete the mission given by the higher-ups. Lai Sheng approached Ling Xiao step by step. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk nonsense. Since Ling Xiao had already decided to fight, he didn't think about running away. Once a person had the thought of running away, their fighting spirit would definitely weaken and they would be taken advantage of. All right, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lai Sheng said coldly. His figure trembled and charged towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. It was clearly a skeleton, but its speed was extremely shocking. Its attack was also very terrifying. Before it arrived, Ling Xiao could already feel the terrifying pressure. Ice Supreme Frost Sky Sword Technique. Fire Supreme Blaze Sky Sword Technique. Soul Supreme Spirit Sky Sword Technique. Exquisite Celestial Sword Technique. 4 swords in 1. Peak King Stage. Facing the terrifying Lai Sheng, Ling Xiao had no choice. 4 swords in 1. His most powerful move was blasted out. Boom. The terrifying impact exploded in the entire space. Crack. The body that Lai Sheng had just obtained was completely shattered. As for Ling Xiao, he was also sent flying. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You actually injured me. You actually injured me. There were too many bones and corpses in this space. To Lai Sheng, any one of them could be used. But the problem was that not only was his previous skeleton body destroyed, even his original body was injured because of the lack of defense. Although the injuries weren't very serious. But such a situation had never happened before. A mere martial artist at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm actually forced him to such an extent. He was incomparably furious. He began to attack even more crazily. Ling Xiao could only defend passively. He was sent flying again and again, using his nimble movement technique and Tai Chi to find a way to dodge or defend. Chapter 3508. Even though Ling Xiao had already tried his best to defend and dodge, however, in less than a few minutes, he was already bathed in blood. He had become a bloody man. At this moment, he had already used the limitless heavenly rat beast soul transformation, but the gap between him and his opponent was still so big. However, Ling Xiao, whose face was covered in blood, was roaring in his heart, "Come on, let the damage come more fiercely." The terrifying impact came again and again. However, the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation sea was also increasing at a crazy speed. The stronger the opponent, the faster the energy in his cultivation sea would increase. As long as he didn't die, he had a chance to win. He swallowed a healing pill. Ling Xiao stood up again and looked coldly at Lai Sheng. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "Come on, bastard. Come and kill me. Good boy. I want to see how long you can last." Lai Sheng sneered. Anyway, the opponent had no chance of defeating him, so he began to attack even more crazily. A huge claw came from the void. It directly grabbed Ling Xiao's head. Extreme Cold Domain. Ling Xiao released the Extreme Cold Domain and then waved the Ice Age to block it. That huge claw easily destroyed the domain of Extreme Cold and then grabbed onto Ice Age. It directly pressed Ling Xiao to the ground. But at that moment, Ling Xiao once again used the vertical golden light technique. The increase in his cultivation made it easier for Ling Xiao to control the vertical golden light technique. In the past, he would be out of breath after using it once or twice. Now, he could easily use it dozens of times without a problem. "I want to see how many times you can dodge, sad weakling." Lai Sheng mocked Ling Xiao coldly. "Since you are a weakling, you should obediently die when facing the strong. Even if your talent is outstanding, even if your potential is huge. But now, in front of me, you are a pitiful and sad weakling. You will die, and you will die very miserably." As he spoke, Lai Sheng's attack did not stop. Again and again, he fiercely attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's choice was also very rational. If he could block it, he would try his best to block it and increase the energy in his cultivation sea. Something that couldn't be resisted was close to everything that could be avoided. Vajra Formation, Maze Formation, Fire Snake Formation, 7 Stars Big Dipper Formation. He also threw out the refining formation stones he had on him one by one. Some were used for defense. Some were used to confuse the opponent. Some were used to delay their opponents. Some were used to dodge the opponent's attacks. Every array formation was used at the right place. "This guy is really tenacious." Lai Sheng was shocked. Clearly, he only needed to hit Ling Xiao's vital point once to kill him. However, every attack was either blocked or avoided. Ling Xiao's various abilities simply left him dumbfounded. How could there be such an all-round martial artist in this world? However, Ling Xiao was a little worried. He was about to run out of golden light. If he used it again, his true essence recovery speed would not be able to keep up. It would be the same even if he had pills. If he still did not break through, then the moment the golden light was used up, his life would probably be over. Finally, this worry became a reality. Bang! Ling Xiao was sent flying again, and he felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. His defense was indeed very strong, but there were some attacks that he could not block at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. It was because of this that he chose to dodge. But now, not only were the refining formation stones almost used up, but the golden light was also used up. He simply had no way to escape. In this narrow space, there was no way to escape at all. As expected, strength is the most important thing. Being able to defeat the opponent is the most important thing. If I run for my life and encounter such a space, it will be troublesome. It's like being locked up in a cage and beaten. Ling Xiao thought of this in his heart, but his body did not stop dodging. He quickly swallowed a healing pill. He tried to stay awake. Without a doubt, this Lai Sheng was the most difficult opponent Ling Xiao had encountered since entering the Archean Divine Tomb. Even if he could not defeat other opponents, he could escape. But facing this guy, he did not even have a chance to escape. Should I use the Bloody Rat? Ling Xiao still had a trump card that he had not used yet. No, let's use the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't use the Sanguinary Rats until the very last moment. Once his cultivation regressed, it would not be a good thing for him. In the Archean Divine Tomb, Lai Shang was not the only enemy. But the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was different. This narrow space blocked his escape route, but at the same time, it could also isolate the danger of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul being detected by others. In this case, what was there to be afraid of? Until now, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. Instead, he was unusually calm. Lai Shang was a little annoyed. If it were not for this damn body, his strength would be at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. But now, he could only use the strength of the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He did not dare to use his body to fight because this was the Archean Divine Tomb. Just when he left the white bone body, he could feel a terrifying power released. It was as if it wanted to destroy him. So now, he could only use the strength of the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm to fight with Ling Xiao. But even so, he was already very powerful. He had completely suppressed Ling Xiao. The problem was that Ling Xiao was so tenacious. It was unbelievable. Just die obediently, so that you don't have to suffer this kind of physical pain. Lai Sheng's cold voice sounded in the space. Ling Xiao continued to dodge while revealing a disdainful smile. This made Lai Sheng very unhappy. In the entire western region, no one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. So arrogant. Was this person really not afraid of death? Or did he really have a trump card? Little bug, no one knows the result of the battle until the last moment. Believe it or not, I will trample you to death in the end. Ling Xiao sneered. You. Lai Sheng revealed a disdainful smile. It's not that I look down on you. You don't even have the ability to fight back now. You can only passively take a beating. I really don't know where you get the confidence to say that you can kill me. You will know soon, but you still have to wait a while. Ling Xiao wanted to use Life Backtrack at the moment of death. That way, he could maximize the energy of his cultivation C. After Life Backtrack, he would use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. This was his plan. Therefore, he still wanted to be injured more seriously to increase the energy of his cultivation C. That way, the Life Backtrack ability would not be wasted. Devil Windclaw, die for me. Lai Sheng was not willing to give Ling Xiao time. His speed suddenly soared, and the claws on his hands suddenly opened. Then, he blasted out. In the void, a pair of strange claws blasted towards Ling Xiao at a terrifying speed. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel that if this attack really hit, he might die. Chapter 3509. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao feel that death was coming. However, his eyes still maintained absolute calmness. Realm of Frost, Rock Ghoul, Defense, Ice Age, Glacier Armor, King Kong Divine Ape, Invincible Vajra, Intermediate King, Level Black Tortoise Divine Body. In an instant, Ling Xiao used all the defenses he could. As long as he still had a trace of breath left, he could counterattack. Even if he died, the 9 Deaths Reincarnation technique could help him break through his cultivation. However, the effect of the 9 Deaths Reincarnation technique could only be used 9 times. He had already wasted 1 time. He did not want to waste the remaining 8 times. Therefore, if he could survive, he would try his best not to die. He tried his best to defend so that he could preserve a trace of life. Rumble. The terrifying attack finally came. The rock ghoul was instantly smashed. A huge hole was also blasted in the glacier armor. Even the invincible Vajra did not last long and shattered into pieces. In the end, the Intermediate King Level Black Tortoise Divine Body only weakened the power of the attack slightly. Lai Sheng's attack landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body. Kid, if there's a next life, remember not to be too talented. Otherwise, if you make others jealous, you'll die a horrible death. There are some people you can't afford to offend. At this moment, Lai Sheng's words seemed to have floated from the horizon. They were somewhat ethereal and unreal. Bang! Under Lai Sheng's terrifying attack, a huge hole was blasted in Ling Xiao's body. His meridians were broken. His internal organs were all shattered. At that moment, in Lai Sheng's opinion, Ling Xiao was completely dead. Who would be able to survive with such a big hole in their body and all their internal organs shattered? I hit him too hard. Lai Sheng looked at Ling Xiao's almost destroyed body and could not help but shake his head. Originally, he wanted Ling Xiao's body to be slightly more intact so that it would be easier for him to parasitize. But now, in his anger, he beat up Ling Xiao's body until it was beyond recognition. This could confirm that Ling Xiao was dead. But it was really depressing. Kid, I would like to see what kind of treasure you have in your storage ring. Lai Sheng squatted down to take Ling Xiao's storage ring. Pathetic weakling, even if you have an unpredictable future. But it's meaningless if you're dead. In the end, you Western region martial artists are nothing more than playthings for our 4 great regions. You want to break through the divine devil city and go to the 4 regions. What a joke. A small fry is a small fry after all. No matter how much he jumps around, won't he still be easily killed by me in the end? One had to know that in the 4 major regions, the weakest cultivation base was at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. Your body divine body divine body. What can you do? As he muttered to himself, he reached for Ling Xiao's storage ring. To be honest, he was also a little shocked. This young man definitely had the terrifying potential to become the 2nd ancient sword emperor. If he was allowed to continue developing like this, one day, he would make the divine devil city uneasy and make the experts of the 4 regions unable to eat or sleep in peace. Just as Lai Sheng's hand touched the storage ring, something strange happened. A sacred and irresistible power was suddenly released. Before he had time to react, his body was sent flying. Life backtrack. Ling Xiao's life was hanging by a thread. He was not far from death. But he did it. He maximized the damage he suffered and still didn't die. Therefore, he decided to use the heaven-defying divine ability, life backtrack. At that moment, Lai Sheng saw a shocking scene. Blood splattered on the ground, shattered internal organs, broken meridians, and so on. He flew back to his original position under the cover of a white light. It felt like time was flowing backwards on a small scale. Everything that had happened began to replay. Lai Sheng looked at this scene with his mouth agape. He had always been known for his ruthlessness. But now, he was terrified. How was this possible? What the hell? Lai Sheng thought that he had seen many bizarre things, but he had never seen this scene before. His heart was filled with disbelief. His words were filled with astonishment. He had heard of the immortal body, but it was just a rumor. Basically, the so-called immortal body that he had seen was proven to be an exaggeration in the end. But today, he saw with his own eyes the impossible happen right before his eyes. It made him have the urge to run away. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to be dead, appeared in front of him unscathed. The most bizarre thing was that his injuries were completely gone, and his true essence had recovered to its peak state. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. To be honest, every time he used life backtrack, he would feel incredulous, let alone the other party. Are you an immortal body? Lai Sheng had already stood up, his face cold. He was an expert after all. Even if the other party was really an immortal body, after a short period of fear, he gradually regained his composure. No, you're not an immortal body. You must have used some sort of special divine ability. A divine ability like that is so heaven-defying that it must have some sort of special restriction. If that's the case, then I'll kill you again. Let's see if you can come back to life. After all, he was from the 4 realms. His brain worked well. Lai Sheng's words revealed the truth. Ling Xiao's life backtrack could only be used once every 3 hours. If Lai Sheng wanted to kill him, given his fighting prowess, it would only take him half an hour to do so. However, would Ling Xiao be so easy to deal with this time? By now, his sea of power was at 100%. Ling Xiao didn't need to take a beating. He was going to fight back. And during that fight, he was going to find an opportunity to break through. Compared to breaking through from the life-seizing level to the reincarnation god realm, breaking through from the 2nd to the 3rd level was much easier. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Smiling broadly at Lai Sheng, he said, "That's right. I have an immortal body. As for what you said about killing me again, let's see if I can come back to life. I'd love to show you, but sadly, you can't beat me now. Now, I'm going to fight back. Fight back? Ha 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 ha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Don't tell me you think you're stronger now that you've come back to life? Lai Sheng laughed maniacally. He didn't believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. Rumble. A terrifying wave of power erupted out of him. Behind him, a black, primeval universe appeared. Within that universe was a terrifying, primeval aura. It was like the roar of an enormous beast, and terrifying power was pouring out. Lai Sheng couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Chapter 35:10. Lai Sheng was inexplicably shocked. How could this be? How could this guy have the ancient aura on him? The moment he released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, Ling Xiao's combat strength skyrocketed once again, and he already had the ability to fight against a 5th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. His attack power, defense power, speed, and true essence power had all increased. The only pity was that the Ice Emperor's devil spirit and martial spirit's amplification could not be stacked. They could only be used separately. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably be able to crush his opponent directly. However, although it could not increase his strength, the Ice Emperor's devil spirit could still increase the attack power of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Therefore, Ling Xiao also released it. In the desolate universe, a terrifying chill spewed out, as if it wanted to completely freeze everything in the space. Lai Sheng gritted his teeth, and sharp claws once again grew out from white bones. Behind white bones, dozens of tentacles stretched out. It seemed that he had also realized that Ling Xiao was not only resurrected from the dead. Moreover, he had also obtained a very terrifying ability. A terrifying ability that could make him feel threatened. If he could not deal with it well, then he might really be killed next. How could this be? No one noticed that there was a third voice in this narrow space. The moment Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the voice seemed to be very surprised. However, the voice was not loud, and Ling Xiao and Lai Sheng were highly concentrated. They had no time to care about the surrounding situation. Moreover, the space was only so big. The two of them had not noticed the existence of a third person until now. How could they pay attention to it? This power of yours is truly unbelievable. But even so, your cultivation is still inferior to mine. I don't believe that you can defeat me. Lai Sheng roared, and a terrifying aura pounced on Ling Xiao. This aura attempted to suppress Ling Xiao's soaring battle intent, causing Ling Xiao's aura to not flow smoothly. Sky Tyrant Soul Devouring Domain. Under the support of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the effect of the Soul Devouring Domain soared. As a result, not only was Lai Sheng unable to suppress Ling Xiao's battle intent, he was the one being suppressed instead. The pressure of the Soul Devourer's soul made Lai Sheng feel very uncomfortable. He even had a feeling that the parasitism could not be maintained. It's not over yet. Tyrant Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague was an ability on the same level as the Earth Elemental Golden Light and the Bloodthirsty Rat. The reason why he hadn't used it before was because it wouldn't have been of much use. The key was that the difference in strength between them was too great. But things were different now. After releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, Ling Xiao's combat power also soared to the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He wasn't any weaker than his opponent. This made the effects of the Bloodthirsty Plague extremely terrifying. In just an instant, Lai Sheng felt that his body had been severely injured. He had no choice but to use close to 40% of his power to forcibly suppress the terrifying Bloodthirsty Plague. Initially, even after releasing the Heavenly Tyrant martial soul, there was still a gap between Ling Xiao and Lai Sheng. However, after the Bloodthirsty Rat Plague, this difference was reversed. Ling Xiao had gained an absolute advantage. He could even suppress Life Fissure. Ice Supreme Sword Art. Fire Supreme Sword Art. 2 swords as 1. Kill. An advanced King martial skill was released. Ling Xiao no longer passively defended, but fiercely attacked. Life Fissure must die. This guy was too dangerous. In this enclosed space, Ling Xiao could use his strongest strength to his heart's content, and he didn't have to worry about the Sky Tyrant martial soul being exposed. If he was outside, he would have to be careful. The two sword lights converged together and charged towards Lai Shang in a frenzy. They were like two divine dragons. Is it this move again? You've already used it outside. You know it's meaningless. Life Fisher sneered. That was then. This is now. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. This made Life Fisher fearful and didn't dare to be careless. He also blasted out an advanced king martial skill. His body could only use advanced king martial skills. If it was a peak king martial skill, his white-boned body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom! A terrifying roar resounded in the void. What? Life Fisher was terrified. His attack was easily cut open like a piece of paper. The frenzied sword radiance struck his body, not only his white-boned body, but also his body. He let out a hysterical scream and fled madly into a mummified corpse. This time, his injury was much more serious than before. He suddenly thought of the four swords as one that Ling Xiao had released at the beginning and couldn't help but feel more terrified. Two swords were already so terrifying. Then wouldn't one of the four swords be enough to kill him? No. I, Life Fisher, am a LV9 reincarnation divine realm martial artist. How could I die like this? Previously, Ling Xiao was constantly dodging. Now, it was Life Fisher's turn to dodge. However, he couldn't get rid of Ling Xiao with his speed. The entire space was enveloped by Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant martial soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao frowned, because he sensed the existence of a third party. However, he didn't say or do anything. The third party didn't make a move. There was no need to provoke him. It was better to defeat Life Fisher first. As for the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it had been exposed anyway. There was no point in being nervous now. Little worm, where's your prestige just now? Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Life Fisher, who was frantically fleeing, and mocked. I'm going all out. At most, I'll die. As Life Fisher roared, hundreds of skeletons in the space began to fly up. Then, they merged. In the end, they formed a huge monster. It almost filled up the entire space. It was ferocious and ugly. Then, Life Fisher's body began to split rapidly, covering the entire monster's body. Gradually, a layer of flesh began to form on the huge skeleton monster. And this flesh was Life Fisher's body. He wanted to use his own body to fight Ling Xiao to the death. Because the space was too small, there was no way to escape. The more he ran, the easier it was for Ling Xiao to be used as a target. You forced me to do this. Although this may make my time in the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum very short, but I don't care anymore. I want you dead. I want you dead. Life Fisher's action allowed him to use his own body better. But unfortunately, the body he parasitized was still too weak. He could still only use the combat power of the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state. However, he was much stronger than before. He was close to the 6th level of the reincarnation divine state, but he still couldn't use his own strength, because he knew very well that the moment he released his own strength, he would be instantly killed by the power in the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. He had a compatriot who died like this in the past. If he really had to die like that, it wouldn't be worth it. Although my cultivation can only be maintained at this level for the time being, this body is much stronger than before. It allows me to use peak king martial skills. Parasitic disaster. Life Fisher's transformed face was filled with a fanatical and fierce light. Chapter 35:11. Parasitic disaster. Lai Shang was currently able to use the strongest martial skill, Peak King level martial skill. The reason why Lai Shang didn't use this move at the beginning was because it was too powerful. The requirement for the parasitic body was very high. The previous white bone body or mummy body couldn't do it. Only now, with the white bone as the bone and his own flesh and blood as the body, only then could it be realized. But in this case, he would be rejected by the ancient sword mausoleum's laws. The time he would stay here would definitely not exceed 10 minutes. But facing Ling Xiao's powerful attack, Lai Shang had to do so, because if he didn't do so, he might be directly killed by Ling Xiao's sword. It's useless no matter what you do now. Tyrant 4 colors sword light. Kill. A 4-colored sword light flew out from the Tyrant universe. It was incomparably huge. The power was extremely terrifying. At the same time, Lai Sheng's strongest attack had already been blasted out. The two people's moves exploded in the void with a shocking collision sound. With the support of the Tyrant martial spirit and the 4th-level sword soul, the power of Ling Xiao's sword, it obviously suppressed the parasitic disaster. Although they were both Peking-level martial skills. But in terms of power, there was still a huge difference. The reason was the power of the Tyrant martial spirit and the power of the 4th-level sword soul. The entire space began to shake as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. But the two people fighting did not dare to relax in the slightest. Ling Xiao stared at Lai Sheng. In Lai Sheng's eyes, there was a look of disbelief. He didn't believe it. He had already given up the opportunity to stay here. He had already used the strongest attack that he could release at the moment. But in the face of Ling Xiao's attack, it was still unable to resist. After a moment of stalemate, the parasitic disaster's black energy began to destroy and collapse. The terrifying power of the 4-colored sword light landed solidly on Lai Sheng's body. This time, it wasn't just the eerie white bones that were destroyed. There was also Lai Sheng's body. Lumps of minced meat struggled on the ground, but they were completely burned by Ling Xiao's immortal fire. It's finally over. Ling Xiao let out a long breath. At the end of the day, he was still basking in the glory of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. If he didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, with his strength, he would have died in the hands of Lai Sheng. The entire process was extremely dangerous. Have you seen enough? Can you come out now? After killing Lai Sheng, Ling Xiao looked at a certain spot in the space. Although there was no one there, he could clearly feel the presence of an aura. This was the terrifying aspect of the tyrannical martial spirit. You actually discovered me? That voice suddenly sounding a little surprised. But don't worry, I have no ill intentions. If you don't have any ill intentions, then all the more you should come out and speak. Ling Xiao said coldly. You're quite vigilant, child. Fine, Ling just reveal your spiritual manifestation. This child is very vigilant. If I don't treat him sincerely, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain his trust. The voice chuckled. Sure. Another woman's voice rang out. Then, Ling Xiao saw a man and a woman appear in the space. But it was just two shadows. One was wearing silver armor, while the other was wearing black armor. Both of them carried a sword on their backs. You're the owners of the martial spirit armor? Ling Xiao looked at the armor on both of them and instantly thought of a possibility. Young man, you're really smart. You're right. Our remnant souls have been residing in the martial spirit armor for a long time, waiting for the day when someone would bring our remnant souls back to our homeland. Let our souls return to our homeland. The man said with a smile. You're the ones who sent me and that guy to this space? Ling Xiao was a little unhappy. After all, this teleportation could have cost him his life, and his friends might also be in trouble. Young man, don't be angry. Just now, you were possessed by the parasite tribe. We only dragged you in because we wanted to protect you. The man hurriedly explained. All right, let's not talk about this. Anyway, I'm not dead. I just want to ask, what are you trying to do? You don't simply want to return to your homeland, do you? Ling Xiao looked at the two shadows in the sky and said, Ha ha ha, young man, you're really smart. We were harmed by villains and wanted to take revenge. But now that we're dead and can't take revenge, we can only ask others for help. We've been observing for a long time. Young man, you're a sentimental and righteous person. You'll definitely help us, right? The man said with a smile. As long as the transaction is fair, there's nothing impossible. Ling Xiao said lightly, but what can you give me? I see that you also use a sword, but you haven't mastered the real sword principle. Your sword soul is now only at the acquired 4th stage, although it's not a problem for low-level warriors. But if you encounter strong warriors, those people have the congenital martial spirit. You're not strong enough at all. How about it? I can make your sword soul advance to the congenital level, and it can help you break through your cultivation. As for how much you break through, it depends on your potential and luck. The man said, Deal. Ling Xiao agreed without even thinking about it. He worked hard to improve his sword soul to the acquired 4th stage. And the acquired martial spirit had 9 stages. He didn't know how long it would take to upgrade to the congenital martial spirit. Speaking of cultivation, although he was about to break through to the 3rd stage of the reincarnation divine realm, but there was still a problem. If these 2 people could help him, it would be great. Just the sword soul alone, he could help. So straightforward? Don't you want to ask who our enemy is? The man said doubtfully. No need. No matter who it is, since I've promised you, I'll help you kill him. Ling Xiao said lightly. Our enemy is the top genius of the 4 major regions. Now he may have become the top expert of the 4 major regions. Are you really not afraid? The woman couldn't help but say. How is he compared to the palace master of the Eternal Life Palace? Ling Xiao asked. What do you mean? The man and woman were shocked. The palace master of the Eternal Life Palace is known as the strongest in the 4 major regions. Although our enemy is powerful, he can't be compared to us. That's enough. My enemy is the Eternal Life Palace. Do you think your enemy is more powerful than mine? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Looks like you're also a person with a story. Forget it. Let's not talk about the enemy first. Ling and I are from the Yin-Yang Sword Pavilion of the Golden Heavens domain. We've already made some progress in cultivating the Yin-Yang sword technique together. What you've inherited from the martial soul armor is only a small part of it. Our sword souls have actually reached the congenital level. Let's not talk about it anymore. You'll know when you see it. The man waved his hand. Suddenly, the scene in the space changed. A huge yin-yang image appeared in the void. The 2 yin-yang fish were connected head to tail. There was white in the black and black in the white. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that both black and white were formed by sword qi. Chapter 35:12. The white sword qi had a pure and holy aura. The black sword qi had a gloomy aura. However, the 2 were able to merge and coexist harmoniously. It was amazing. This is the famous yin-yang sword diagram of the yin-yang sword pavilion. It's used by disciples to comprehend the sword principle. I suggest that you choose one to comprehend. If you don't have enough comprehension, you might explode and die if you force yourself to comprehend both. The woman reminded him. I see. I understand. Can we start now? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. The man nodded. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He sat down cross-legged and released his sword martial soul. In fact, he was no stranger to the yin-yang sword diagram. The yin-yang sword diagram combined the light and shadow profound meaning. Ling Xiao had comprehended the light and shadow profound meaning long ago and had developed many powerful moves. Unfortunately, those moves were not as powerful as they used to be as his cultivation base had increased. However, his comprehension of the light and shadow profound meaning hadn't disappeared. Therefore, although the woman reminded him not to comprehend it with his colleagues, he didn't take it seriously at all. At that moment, one of his eyes turned black and the other white. The sword qi released from his body also turned black and white, which was exactly the same as the yin-yang sword diagram. What's going on? The 2 people in the sky were shocked. He's obviously a warrior from the western regions. How can he comprehend the light and shadow profound meaning? Even warriors from the 4 regions can't be so proficient in such a profound meaning. The woman exclaimed, Brother Jinshin, I'm afraid we've really found a treasure. I thought he was bragging and looked down on him. People who promise others things can't usually keep their promises. But now it seems that this young man does have some skills. Yes, his aptitude is probably better than the top geniuses from the 4 regions. It's a pity that he was born in the western regions. Otherwise, at his age, he would probably be the best in the 4 regions. The man sighed with emotion. Just as they were sighing, the yin-yang sword diagram suddenly turned into a ray of light and merged into Ling Xiao's body. This scene shocked the 2 even more. He actually swallowed the yin-yang sword diagram. What kind of monster is this? The woman almost cried out. I suspect that the martial spirit this young man possesses is the mountain river martial spirit that all cultivators in the profound world yearn for even in their dreams. It was difficult to feel that his voice was trembling. Only the mountain river martial spirit can be all-encompassing and devour everything. It can't be. Are we that lucky? After waiting for so many years, what came was actually such a powerful young man. The woman's voice also changed. Possessing the mountain and river martial spirit, and having such a heaven-defying aptitude. Ha 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 ha. Ling Er, we can finally take our revenge. The man almost burst into tears. Originally, their so-called revenge was just an extravagant hope. After so many years, only the ancient Sword Emperor had appeared in the western regions. However, the ancient Sword Emperor was far inferior to their enemy. They had no hope at all. However, Ling Xiao's appearance gave them hope for revenge. Brother Jinshin, what are you going to do? The woman asked. Originally, I only wanted to help him obtain an innate sword soul and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. But now I've decided. I'll consume 90% of my soul to help him condense the yin-yang sword soul. As long as a trace of my soul remains, we can rest assured when he takes his revenge in the future. Ling Er, what do you think? Jinshin asked. I agree. This is the only chance for revenge. The yin-yang sword soul is the most powerful sword soul in our yin-yang sword pavilion. Once successfully cultivated, it will be several times more powerful than an ordinary innate sword soul. Ling Er gritted her teeth and said, Anyway, we can't be resurrected. As long as a trace of our soul remains, it will be enough to see him kill his enemy in the future. The two discussed and made a decision. Suddenly, it rushed toward Ling Xiao's sword soul. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that his sword soul was undergoing a crazy change. After advancing from the fourth stage to the first stage of the innate realm, it actually didn't stop, all the way to the third stage of the innate realm, and the sword soul actually became very strange. It used to be in the shape of a sword. Now, it turned into a human figure. It held a black sword in one hand and a silver sword in the other. The figure was faintly discernible, and it actually had two faces. One face was gentle and holy, while the other face was ferocious and terrifying. It was like the opposition of a god and a demon. Demon, god, sword soul. How could this be? It actually turned into a demon god sword soul. Jinshin's shocked voice was filled with ecstasy. The yin-yang sword soul was the most powerful sword soul in the yin-yang sword pavilion. But the demon god sword soul was the strongest existence among the yin-yang sword souls. In the past, he had never expected this to happen. But he didn't expect this to happen to a young man. Sure enough, it's really Brother Jinshin. You guessed right. He has the mountain river martial soul that the mystic world went crazy for. But this young man actually evolved the mountain river martial soul into a more suitable tyrant martial soul. After the yin-yang sword soul was formed, it directly advanced to the demon god sword soul. The woman was also pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao heard their voices, although he didn't quite understand. But he also knew that his sword soul had obtained a great improvement this time. Not only that, when the demon god sword soul was formed, his cultivation naturally advanced to the third stage of the reincarnation divine realm, and his strength was still rising. Jinshin and Ling pinned all their hopes on Ling Xiao, so they didn't hesitate to pour all their life's cultivation into Ling Xiao's body. Most of it merged into Ling Xiao's cells and turned into potential, and a part of it continued to fill his cultivation sea. After the third stage of the reincarnation divine realm, he broke through again. He didn't stop until he reached the fourth stage of the reincarnation divine realm, and a large amount of potential was integrated into his cells, which also provided an extremely convenient condition for future breakthroughs. Little friend, you're really amazing. You simply made us dumbfounded. Jinshin's voice sounded again, full of emotion. This is all thanks to the two of you, Ling Xiao said with a smile. His vigilance and hostility towards the two of them weakened a lot. It's not really a credit. After all, we were selfish. Just now, in order to help you condense the demon god sword soul, we consumed too many souls. We're probably going to continue sleeping. We only hope that one day, after you kill the enemy, you can wake us up. Let us know. Jinshin said. Of course. Then who is your enemy? Ling Xiao asked. My name is Jinshin, and my wife is Chu Ling. Our enemy is called Di Tuatian. Although there are countless people with the same name in the four major regions, but there is only one genius, Dituatyin. If you really can't find him, you can wake us up temporarily. It's still possible to wake us up for a moment. Moreover, Dituatyin is very likely to have joined the Golden Heavenly Nation and become an outstanding member. As long as you go to the Golden Heavenly Nation, you will definitely be able to find him. Jinshin said. Chapter 35:13. Dituatyin, I understand. Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Today, he had received Jinshin and Chu Ling's help. Not only had he cultivated the demon god's sword soul, but he had also raised his cultivation to the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. He would definitely look for Dituatyin. But as for whether he would kill him or not, he would make his own judgment. He would not lose his principles because of this kind of deal. At worst, he would use another method to repay the favor in the future. Of course, if that Dituatyin really deserved to be killed, then he would not hesitate. He thought so and said so because he did not want to do something that went against his conscience. I will help you find Dituatyin, but whether to kill him or not, I will decide. Okay? If he is a peerless hero worthy of respect, I am afraid I will not be able to kill him. Ling Xiao still had to say the ugly words first. Of course you can decide for yourself because that Dituatyin is a despicable and shameless person, Jin Shun said with certainty. That would be for the best. It would save me from conflict. Ling Xiao also hoped that Dituatyin was a heinous bastard. At the very least, he was someone he hated. If that was the case, killing him would be the end of it. If there is nothing else, tell me how to get out of here. I still have friends outside. Ling Xiao said, Your friends are very good. They waited for you outside for 3 days and 3 nights before they had to leave because of their serious injuries. They are all heading towards the last stage of the giant beast maze. You don't have to worry. We have been here for so long and are quite familiar with this place. Let us use our last strength to send you to the last stage. After Jian Shun finished speaking, he released a wave of soul power, causing a teleportation door to appear in the space. Go, child. It is time for us to sleep. Jian Shun was very tired. Chu Ling was also very tired. The two of them no longer had any signs of life. Seniors, don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, will definitely do what I promised you. I will never forget. After speaking, Ling Xiao raised his foot and stepped into the teleportation door. The final trial should be the location of the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure. He'd always believed that the map of the divine tombs in his possession was related to the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. Therefore, if he did not leave this place, no one else would be able to obtain the inheritance. Instead, he was worried about the safety of his friends. Yuan Shang was still around. That fellow's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Darkfrost and the others were definitely not his match. As for him, he should be able to kill Yuan Shang easily now. A martial artist at the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state could kill a martial artist at the 6th level of the reincarnation divine state in the form of an ordinary beast soul. In the state of the peerless heavenly rat's beast soul transformation, it could kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Now, he even had a powerful fiend god sword soul at the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. The power of sword skills could be increased by 13 times. Furthermore, it had a suppressive effect on ordinary sword souls and weapon souls. This allowed him to fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm without being defeated. If he used the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he believed that he could easily kill an 8th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Yuan Shang could only unleash the power of a martial artist at the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state. He didn't even need to transform to be able to kill him easily. Currently, he was invincible in the western region. Even in the entire Divine Devil City, only the Divine Devil Order Master could suppress him. It was impossible for him to kill him. Even so, Ling Xiao was very clear in his heart. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit couldn't be used easily. The advantage of having a sword soul at the 3rd level of the innate Divine Devil realm wouldn't be so obvious in the 4 major regions. After all, the martial artists in the 4 major regions would cultivate their martial souls. He could only rely on his sword soul at the 3rd level of the innate divine devil realm to fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine state. Therefore, he had to become stronger. There was no end to the path of martial arts. Currently, he still needed to obtain the inheritance of the ancient sword emperor to become stronger. This was because what he needed to think about next was how to face the divine devil order master and the remaining 6 savage beasts. Lai Shang and Yuan Shang should be the reinforcements, but Lai Shang had already been killed by him. He definitely wouldn't let Yuan Shang go. Let's become stronger first. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao closed his eyes. The wind blew past his ears, and he knew that he was passing through a space tunnel. Although he might lose a lot of treasures from here to the final stage, he didn't care, because he had obtained enough. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the ancient sword emperor, he would be the biggest winner. As for those martial skills, weapons, and the like, he was not very infatuated. The final stage. It was still a hall, but it was slightly bigger than the outside. In the hall, there were countless gold, silver, jewelry, dharma treasures, secret manuals, and so on. It was piled up like a mountain, and in this place, a frenzied battle was going on. On one side was Yuan Shang, Dragon Mother, and the leader of the Revenge Alliance. On the other side was Dark Frost, Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Little Gold. Other than Yuan Shang, everyone else had injuries on their bodies, and it was obvious that Dark Frost's injuries were more serious. Behind the mountain of treasures was a huge door made of gold. The door was already open. Obviously, both sides wanted to enter. Although there were many treasures outside, they were not bad. But compared to the inheritance of the ancient sword emperor, they were nothing. The 4 of you should cherish being able to live until now. How dare you be so greedy and want to obtain the inheritance of the ancient sword emperor? You're too greedy. Yuan Shang sneered as he fought. That's right. If you know what's good for you, give up obediently. Otherwise, the 4 of you can forget about living today. Dragon Mother also shouted sternly. Bullsh *T. Are we greedy, or are you guys greedy? Everyone is here for the inheritance of the ancient sword emperor. We all have equal opportunities. If you don't let us enter the golden door, we won't let you enter either. Long Chun scolded as he attacked. He believed that his boss was not dead, so he had to obtain the inheritance of the ancient sword emperor. Otherwise, if his boss came out and the treasures were taken away by others, how depressing would that be? The other 3 also had the same thought, so no one was willing to take a step back. Let's end this quickly and kill these 4 people. Then, we'll split the treasures equally. Yuan Shang lost his patience. Since they had already come this far, he naturally wanted to personally obtain the ancient sword emperor's treasures. He had held back a little because he wanted to save his strength for the final fight for the inheritance of the ancient sword emperor. But now, he was not going to hold back. He unleashed his full strength. Dark Frost and the others felt more and more uncomfortable. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies. Go to hell, little girl. Suddenly, sharp claws reached Dark Frost's throat. At this moment, Dark Frost was almost exhausted. It was impossible for her to block this attack. Seeing that Dark Frost was about to be killed, the other 3 were anxious. Chapter 35:14. Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Xiao Jin all knew about the relationship between Dark Frost and Ling Xiao. They knew how much Ling Xiao loved Dark Frost. But whether it was Cold Plum, Long Chun, or Xiao Jin, none of them had the ability to save Dark Frost at this moment. Now that Dark Frost is dead, we can split the power of the Soul Palace equally. Mother Dragon and the leader of the Avenging Alliance were also very excited. Even if they couldn't get the inheritance of the ancient sword emperor this time, it was also good to be able to divide the western region. But at this moment, a ray of light fell directly into the hall. Everyone had yet to come back to their senses. That ray of light rushed towards Yuan Shang at lightning speed and sent him flying. The speed was so fast that everyone was incomparably shocked. Who? Everyone was very confused. Who exactly was this person who suddenly appeared? When that ray of light gradually disappeared, when that handsome and unrestrained youth with an incomparably domineering aura was revealed, They were all stunned. After a long while, Mother Dragon exclaimed, "Ling Xiao!" With his shout, everyone was startled awake. Dark Frost's side was naturally crying tears of joy. But on Yuan Sheng's side, everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. They thought that Ling Xiao and Lai Sheng were long dead. They didn't expect that not only was Ling Xiao not dead, but he also suddenly appeared in this last round. After all, they had gone through countless dangers to get here. Wasn't this too unfair? Where's Lai Sheng? Yuan Sheng got up from the ground. Ling Xiao's attack just now was under the condition that he didn't transform. It only sent him flying and didn't kill him. Lai Sheng is with you, and you came out. What about him? No one thought that Lai Sheng would die. Including the people on Dark Frost's side, they didn't think that Ling Xiao could kill Lai Sheng. In fact, before Ling Xiao really hardened his heart to attack, he didn't expect it either. So he didn't find it strange that these people were surprised. I killed him. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Sheng, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yuan Sheng actually wanted to kill Dark Frost. He had already placed this fellow on his death list, and now he couldn't wait to destroy this guy. Ha 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 ha, your joke isn't funny at all. How can Life Splitter's strength be what you can kill? Yuan Sheng did not believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Young man, stop boasting. It's not good to blow your trumpet. The leader of the Avenging Alliance said, Young man, it's better to be down to earth. With your strength, don't even talk about killing Lai Sheng. You can't even kill us. Mother Dragon said disdainfully. Even though they had seen Ling Xiao defeat Yuan Sheng, they were still shocked. However, they all thought that it was caused by Ling Xiao's sneak attack and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He didn't think that Ling Xiao was that powerful. However, the four people on Ming Shuang's side firmly believed this. That was because Ling Xiao's tone was not joking. Moreover, they also felt the terrifying aura that was released from Ling Xiao's body. Boss seems to have become stronger again. Long Chun smiled bitterly. I worked so hard to surpass him, and now I'm going to be surpassed again. Isn't it the same for me? I have the ability to devour, but I still can't compare to him. Although Xiao Jin had not completely integrated the effect of the Berserker Pill, even if it was integrated, his strength was only around the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine State. Compared to Ling Xiao, there was still a huge gap in terms of combat power. What difference does it make whether you believe it or not? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel smile, and then he walked towards Yuan Sheng. He still did not use his beast soul transformation, but only took out a sword. Fire Supreme Sword. The four of you, sit down and rest. Eat the elixirs if you have them. I'll take care of these 3 trash. He said it very casually. It was as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Hee, since that's the case, we won't be polite. Long Chin directly collapsed to the ground, threw the elixir into his mouth, and began to recover. The 4 of them were more or less the same. They were holding on with their last breath. It was already a miracle that they could hold on until now. Brat, you really boast shamelessly. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered. Without waiting for Yuan Sheng to react, he suddenly charged towards Ling Xiao. I'll kill you, and then kill them. The future of the Western region will belong to my Vengeful Alliance. Ling Xiao did not even look at the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. He still looked at Yuan Sheng and smiled cruelly, until the moment the leader of the Vengeful Alliance approached him. The Fire Supreme Sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. It looked like an ordinary stab, but it accurately pierced the throat of the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance did not even have any reaction. It was as if he was stupid, allowing his sword to pierce through his throat. Blood splattered. Ling Xiao threw the sword lightly. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance's corpse fell to the ground, trembled twice, and then stopped moving. It was just one sword, and it was an ordinary sword. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance had fallen. Seeing this scene, Dragon Mother was horrified. That was the strength of the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. She knew it very well. Even if he was not stronger than her, he was not much weaker. But she did not expect that he would be killed by Ling Xiao with one sword. What was going on? How could this happen? She absolutely believed that with Ling Xiao's strength, he could easily take her life. It's your turn. Ling Xiao was still looking at Yuan Sheng. Compared to that trash, Yuan Shang was obviously a greater threat. Because once he left the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, Yuan Shang's strength would become the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. At that time, there would be no chance to kill him. Brat, do you really think that you can ignore the savage beast race just because you killed a trash? Yuan Shang roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. His attack was stronger than Life Split. His strength was even more terrifying than Life Split. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Boom. Suddenly, Ling Xiao released the divine demon sword soul behind him. Then, he stabbed forward with the Fire Supreme sword in his hand. Fire Supreme sword technique? Only this move. But with the support of the divine demon sword soul of the inborn stage, the power was increased by 13 times. The power of the Fire Supreme sword technique had reached the high level of the king stage. It was even stronger. Whoosh. There was no suspense. Yuan Shang's body was pierced by the sword, and flames rolled. A scream was heard. If we were outside, you might really scare me. But in the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, you are not worth mentioning at all. He pulled out the sword and kept it. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yuan Shang, who was gradually being burned to ashes. No! On the other side, Dragon Mother exclaimed and rushed into the golden door. Ling Xiao only glanced at her indifferently and did not react. Oh no, boss. That old woman took the initiative. Long Chun was anxious. Don't worry. She will never be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor because she lacks something. Ling Xiao was now completely sure that the map of the Western Region Divine Tomb was actually the final key to the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. If the map of the Western Region Divine Tomb did not appear, the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor would not appear. Chapter 35:15. Dragon Mother rushed into the golden door. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He looked at Dark Frost and the others and said, "You guys continue to rest." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and all the treasures piled up in the hall were stored in the Mountain River world. He definitely couldn't fit all of them in his storage ring. The Mountain River world was extremely large, including the space of the previous 3 continents. Although there were many treasures, it wasn't a problem to store them all. Among the things here, the worst was an advanced king-level martial skill, an immortal-grade emperor weapon. If such a treasure was placed in the Western region, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. However, it wasn't very useful to Ling Xiao. The reason he brought them back was naturally to strengthen the forces of the Western regions. This time, he didn't need to use the name of the 8 Immortals Kingdom. He could officially introduce the Heavenly Empire to the Black Tortoise continent. He could unify the entire Western region and even open up the Archean Divine Tomb. With these things, he believed that the strength of the Western region martial artists would increase by leaps and bounds. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fight against the 4 major regions. After putting away those things, he slowly walked toward the golden door. The space inside wasn't big. It looked like a tomb. There was a small coffin inside. It was made of gold and emitted a powerful aura. At this moment, Dragon Mother had already opened the coffin. Perhaps in her opinion, the things in the coffin were the treasures left behind by the ancient Sword Emperor. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? In the end, the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance will belong to me. Dragon Mother suddenly burst into laughter. The ancient Sword Emperor's corpse wasn't in the coffin, only a piece of memory metal, and a weapon that symbolized the ancient Sword Emperor. It looked like a divine-grade emperor weapon. Dragon Mother, who had the ancient emperor's inheritance, was extremely excited. Because the ancient emperor's inheritance was a combination of memory metal and a weapon. She believed that the ancient Sword Emperor's lifelong knowledge must be in the memory metal. Therefore, she was extremely excited. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and then take the things in your hands? Ling Xiao sneered. With his current strength, killing Dragon Mother was a piece of cake. Dragon Mother had no way to resist. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Mother Dragon froze for a moment before sneering, "You can try. As long as you dare to make a move, I will destroy this memory metal. None of us will get it." "You old woman, you're really ruthless." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He looked very angry, but his heart was calm. "Get out," Dragon Mother roared. She thought that Ling Xiao was really afraid of breaking the vases. "All right, I'll go out." Ling Xiao chuckled to himself before turning around and walking out. In fact, when he first entered the tomb, he had already felt that the map of the divine tomb of the western region was calling out to him. He opened up a small independent space. The thing in the coffin was probably just a cover. Perhaps it really was something good and had the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor, but it was definitely not the true inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. Seeing Ling Xiao turn around and leave, Mother Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. She held the memory medal in her hand and felt the vast aura released from it. She couldn't help but feel excited. "It's a pity that my cultivation is still too low and I can't completely unravel the mystery of this memory medal. But it doesn't matter. After leaving this damned place, I'll find a quiet place to cultivate in the immemorial divine tomb. I don't believe that I can't unravel the mystery of this memory medal." "Humph, Ling Xiao, just you wait. When I obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, I'll find you for revenge." Mother Dragon still hadn't given up on revenge. To her, Ling Xiao's existence had not only caused her to lose a lot. This included the Mirror Demon King, the Dragon Shark King, and even the Koi King. The Koi King's mysterious disappearance was also on Ling Xiao's head. She thought that Ling Xiao secretly killed the Koi King. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that the Koi King had mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, he was responding to the summons of the map of the divine tomb of the western region. Mother Dragon didn't notice that Ling Xiao had suddenly disappeared from the tomb. Outside, Darkfrost and the others suddenly realized that the golden door had suddenly closed. When they wanted to blast it open again, it was already too late. Although the golden door was made of gold, it had been strengthened with many spirit designs. With their strength, they couldn't blast it open. Inside the tomb, Mother Dragon was also a little stunned. She hadn't expected the golden door to suddenly close. For a moment, she was a little dazed. It's okay. The ancient Sword Emperor must have closed the golden door to protect me. I believe that it won't be long before we're transported out." Mother Dragon could only comfort herself like this, and then she waited anxiously in the darkness. At this moment, Ling Xiao found that he had indeed come to a brand new space. This was a bloody battlefield. Battle cries shook the sky. On one side were the martial artists of the western regions. On the other side were the martial artists of the four major regions. The martial artists of the western regions wanted to break free from their shackles and break out of their cages. Under the leadership of the ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 great ancient emperors, they wanted to change their fate. The war was very tragic. The 4 major regions didn't actually send many powerful martial artists, but it had already dealt a heavy blow to the martial artists of the western regions. Even though the ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 great ancient emperors fought with all their might and were incomparably brave, it made the martial artists of the 4 major regions tremble in fear. They had even occupied the God Devil City, but in the end, they still failed at the last step. The 4 major regions were too powerful. The ancient Sword Emperor deeply understood this point, so he and the 8 great ancient emperors left their legacies in the primordial divine tomb. They hoped that one day, there would be an even more outstanding martial artist who could lead the martial artists of the western regions to break out of this cage. Although they had failed, at least they had resisted. They had implanted the seeds of resistance into the western regions. They weren't willing to be slaves of the 4 major regions. They also wanted to stand up and be human. On the battlefield, everything seemed so terrifying and so bloody. The battle between the powerful martial artists was earth-shattering. If it were a martial artist with a weak mind, they would probably have fainted from fright. But Ling Xiao stood there and watched. This war was a war where the martial artists of the western regions fought for their future. Although they had died, their achievements were still glorious. "Child, aren't you afraid?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao saw a martial artist in full armor and holding 2 swords. "You are the ancient Sword Emperor?" Ling Xiao didn't answer the other party's question and asked instead. "That's right, I am the ancient Sword Emperor." The ancient Sword Emperor put away his swords and pointed to the ground that had been dyed red in the distance and the piles of bones. Child, after obtaining my legacy, I'm afraid you will face such a situation in the future. Do you really want it? I have to remind you that I have planted a seed in my legacy. A seed that will allow the Western regions to break out of the cage. A great ambition that belongs to me. If I don't complete it, I won't die in peace. If you don't complete it, even if you obtain my legacy, you won't be able to use it. Chapter 35:16. However, in order to realize your great ambition, you will need your inheritance. Isn't that right? Ling Xiao smiled and said, wouldn't this be a contradiction? Kid, you're quite quick-witted. Don't worry, there won't be any contradiction. My power can be used by the person who obtains my inheritance. But from then on, if this seed is planted, then the person who obtains my inheritance will suffer every day if it can't be realized. Until death. The ancient sword emperor said, what about the time limit? Something that even you can't accomplish can't be accomplished in one go. Ling Xiao asked again, don't worry, I definitely won't make things difficult for the person who obtains my inheritance, so this time limit can be 10,000 years. The ancient sword emperor replied, then there's no problem. Ling Xiao said, even without your inheritance, I still want to completely connect the Western region and the four regions. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but my great ambition is even more ridiculous and difficult to realize than yours. Oh? The ancient sword emperor asked with interest, what's that? Unifying the mystic world and re-establishing the glory of the sacred dynasty. Ling Xiao said very seriously. Hiss, the ancient sword emperor sucked in a cold breath. He didn't have any intention of mocking Ling Xiao because he could see how serious this young man was about this. Looks like I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. All right, I'll give you my inheritance. I believe you can definitely accomplish what I wanted to do but couldn't. The ancient sword emperor laughed loudly. Actually, what I said just now was just to scare you. There's no seed of ambition. There's no torture. I just want to know if you're the person I've been waiting for. What about now? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. The ancient sword emperor said with a smile, although my strength isn't good, I think I have a good eye for people. I believe you won't disappoint me. I'm afraid it's not just my eye, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Are you still hiding it from me? In fact, when I obtained the map of the Western region's divine tomb, you already planned to give me your inheritance, right? Good lad. You can even see through this? The ancient sword emperor was rather surprised. That's right, that's indeed the case. From the moment you gathered the 10 diagrams and formed the map of the divine tomb of the Western region, I have been paying close attention to you. At the same time, I am also observing whether you are qualified to become my successor. Your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations. To be honest, even the human king and the beast god have chosen you as their successor. I don't need to spend so much effort to test you. But for the sake of caution, we still did a test. It seems that Senior knows that I have the mountain river martial spirit and the inheritance of the 12 divine beasts. Ling Xiao asked. Of course I know. But don't worry, the reason I know is mainly because of the existence of the Western region's map of the divine tombs. It's impossible for others to know your secret. The ancient sword emperor smiled. It seems that I really have to be more careful in the future. For something like the map of the divine tombs of the Western regions, I have to first check if there are other people's spiritual imprints on it. Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself, little fellow, you are really cautious. No wonder the human king chose you as his successor. The ancient sword emperor saw Ling Xiao frown and knew what Ling Xiao was thinking. Caution is a must. Senior won't harm me, but that doesn't mean that others won't. I am a person who likes to take risks, so I am more willing to be cautious. Only by being cautious during risks. Only by being cautious can I live longer. Ling Xiao said, that makes sense. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I can pass on everything I have learned in my life to you. I can also give you all of the remaining power I have left in my life. I just don't know if your body can withstand it. The ancient sword emperor seemed to be a little anxious. I don't have much time left. When this space opens, I will basically die. I will completely disappear from this world, and you will still have to face many dangers. For example, the savage beasts outside, and the God-fiend token master of the God-fiend city. Senior knows about them too? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Of course. All these years, the savage beasts have been secretly sending people to the primordial divine tomb to search for something. That was the treasure of the savage beast race. And the God-fiend token master is constantly thinking about my legacy. However, whether or not they can obtain all of this will depend on you. I will give you both things. As for whether they will fall into their hands, I can't predict. I can only believe in your ability. The ancient sword emperor said, "Don't worry, senior. I am a very selfish person. I will never give what I have to others." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "All right, since that is the case, let's begin." Actually, the 8 great ancient emperors and I were able to achieve that mainly because of the help of 2 people, although they didn't stay in the western region for long. But they benefited us greatly. One of them is Ji Furing, the Chosen One. The other is Yu Xianyue, the Chosen One's wife. The ancient sword emperor continued, "It's them." Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. "You know them?" The ancient sword emperor was stunned and asked, "I won't hide it from senior. These 2 should be my parents." Ling Xiao replied, "So that is the case. No wonder I felt incomparably close to you at first sight. Ha 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 ha, perhaps this is fate. Everything we learned was imparted by those 2. Now, I will pass these things to you again. It can be considered that I did not let down the good intentions of my 2 benefactors." The ancient sword emperor did not doubt Ling Xiao's words at all. He was only left with his soul now. He could easily distinguish whether Ling Xiao was lying or not. "Now, I will impart to you an emperor-level martial technique. Prepare to receive it." The ancient sword emperor released a wave of soul power and directly injected it into Ling Xiao's soul realm. In that instant, there was an additional thing in Ling Xiao's mind. Emperor-level martial technique. This emperor-level martial technique originally came from your father. Unfortunately, our aptitude is inferior, and we were unable to completely cultivate it. I hope you can cultivate it to the peak. In this way, we can also rest in peace. After transferring the emperor-level martial technique, the ancient sword emperor was somewhat emotional and regretful. 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Technique. This is the martial technique that father once cultivated? It is indeed powerful. Emperor-level martial techniques were not something that king-level martial techniques could compare to. Based on the information that he knew now, even in the 4 major regions, close to 70% of martial artists did not have an emperor-level martial technique. And Ling Xiao now possessed a powerful emperor-level martial technique like the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Technique. It was undoubtedly extremely beneficial to his future development in the 4 major regions. At the very least, he would not fall behind others. Thinking about it, this ancient sword emperor had not even completely cultivated the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Technique, but he could already sweep through the entire western region. Even the former God-Fiend Order Master was no match for him. Countless martial artists from the 4 major regions were killed by him. This was enough to show how terrifying this martial technique was. If Ling Xiao could completely cultivate it, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Chapter 35:17. I will definitely succeed in cultivating this 9 Revolutions God-Fiend technique as soon as possible. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. Your cultivation is still too low. The most basic realm of the 4 regions cultivators is actually the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. You can't even reach this most basic realm. Try not to cultivate it as much as possible. Otherwise, it will cause your true essence to dry up and cause trouble. I suggest that you wait until you condense the divine meridians and reach the reincarnation divine meridian realm before you cultivate it. Only then can you succeed. The ancient sword emperor shook his head and said, I was at the 1st level of the divine meridian realm in the past, but I only learned 1 move of the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend technique. Understood. Ling Xiao knew that good things were strewn with setbacks. His current cultivation was indeed a little weak. However, it didn't matter. He believed that he would definitely catch up. In fact, he didn't quite believe that the cultivators of the 4 regions were all at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. That's too ridiculous. After all, this was just a rumor. He would only know the truth when he really went there. Alright, next, I will impart to you the second thing. This is a weapon that your father left behind in the past. It is mainly used in conjunction with the 9 revolutions God-fiend technique. The ancient sword emperor waved his hand, and a 7-colored metal appeared in the void. What is this? Ling Xiao was a little curious. He had never seen such a weapon before. Among all the weapons, he had never heard of such a weapon. This is called the 100 transformation weapon. As long as you input your soul power, it can transform into various weapons according to the owner's preferences. Also, you have to know that this unassuming 100 transformation weapon's quality surpasses that of a divine-grade emperor weapon. In other words, it is much more powerful than the Ice Age in your hands. It has already reached the level of a heavenly emperor weapon. However, you definitely can't use it now, so keep it for now. In the future, when your strength has increased to a certain level, you can use it. It will definitely increase your strength by a lot. It's actually a heavenly emperor weapon. Ling Xiao was so excited that he almost threw the 100 transformation weapon on the ground. This thing was too precious. It was simply something that could only be encountered by luck. He tried his best to calm himself down. He injected his soul power. In his mind was the image of a sword. The 100 transformations divine weapon immediately transformed into an incomparably sharp sword. An incomparably vast power was released from it. Even Ice Age was trembling under the terrifying pressure of the transformational weapon. After that, Ling Xiao changed his mind, and a set of armor appeared in his soul realm. The 100 transformations divine weapon actually transformed. It seemed that this thing could not only transform into a weapon, it could even transform into armor. Even if he couldn't use it, its defensive capabilities would still be extremely strong. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly put on the armor. The armor was as thin as a cicada's wings, and it was weightless when worn. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the defensive power of this thing was comparable to the defensive power of a Peak King-level body refining technique. It was simply too awesome. Moreover, he had a feeling that this was not its full power. If Ling Xiao could use it, his defense would probably become even stronger. As expected of the son of Ji Forling's benefactor, we've used the 100 transformations divine weapon before, and it's not as easy as it used to be. I didn't expect you to be able to use it so easily on your first try. It's really enviable. With this thing, your chances of survival should be higher. However, I still have to remind you. In the eyes of the martial artists of the 4 major regions, the martial artists of the Western region are all prisoners, exiles, and lowly people. If you go there, you may encounter a lot of trouble. So you must be careful. Whether it's the 9 transformation godly demon art or the 100 transformations divine weapon, there will be countless people fighting over it even in the 4 major regions. I understand. Ling Xiao had always been very cautious. This could be seen from the frequency of him using the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. The third thing is left behind by your mother. She was an expert in alchemy. This is a divine pulse pill. With it, and the reincarnation immortal bone, when you reach the peak of the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm, you will be able to condense your divine pulse pills. From then on, you will be able to reach the reincarnation divine pulse realm. Your mother left behind 2 spiritual pulse pills, and I used one of them. As for the other one, no one has been able to use it. You're quite lucky. The ancient sword emperor waved his hand again, and another pill appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Mother was actually an expert in alchemy. This is very surprising. Ling Xiao smiled and put away the pill. It seemed like the reincarnation immortal bone alone couldn't allow a martial artist to reach the divine pulse realm. It had to be combined with the divine pulse pill to succeed. I'll study this divine pulse pill in the future and refine a few for myself. My friends will definitely need it. The fourth thing isn't left behind by your parents, but it's a little strange. It's also something that the savage beasts are fighting over. They call it the heart of gold. As for what it is exactly, even I don't know. Therefore, I can only leave it for you to investigate. However, I suspect that this thing is related to the Golden Heavenly Kingdom in the Golden Heavenly region. You can try to investigate in that direction. It's a pity that I've never been to the 4 major regions in my life. This is a pity. The ancient sword emperor shook his head helplessly and said, I hope you can take a good look at the 4 major regions on my behalf. If possible, you can bring back a map of the 4 major regions to commemorate me. That way, I'll be satisfied. Senior, don't worry. This junior will naturally do such a small thing. Actually, compared to Jin Shan and Chu Ling's request, the ancient Sword Emperor's request was really too insignificant. No matter what, Ling Xiao had to do it for him. Then I'll thank you here. The ancient Sword Emperor looked into the distance as if he was recalling something. Ling Xiao knew that he was going to impart his power. Once the power was imparted, the soul would truly dissipate. It would completely disappear from this world. Let's begin. The ancient Sword Emperor finally turned around. His soul plunged into Ling Xiao's body. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt an incomparably terrifying power impact his cultivation sea. The cultivation sea that had just broken through began to surge again. However, perhaps it was because his body's endurance was limited. A large amount of energy still surged into his potential cells. It turned into his potential. Only a small portion of energy broke through the barrier of the cultivation sea. It allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to break through once again. Level 6 of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Your body's strength is limited. Moreover, I discovered that you seem to have already been imparted power to raise your cultivation. It's not advisable to raise it too much. Otherwise, your foundation will be unstable and it will be very troublesome. Let's stop here. However, your body is really interesting. It can actually turn my cultivation power into potential and store it. This is probably the reason why your cultivation speed is extremely fast. Very good. Not bad. Not bad. The ancient Sword Emperor's soul flew out again. At this moment, he had already transferred 90% of his cultivation power to Ling Xiao. It was not far from disappearing into thin air. Chapter 35:18. Senior, I have a question. What's with the memory metal and divine grade the arch artifact in the tomb? Ling Xiao had been holding back this question for a long time. Now, he finally couldn't help but ask. That's just a cover. It's to protect you, who has obtained the real inheritance. If that dragon mother brings those 2 things out, she will definitely be targeted by the God-Fiend Order Master and the savage beasts. And you'll be safe. The ancient Sword Emperor smiled. I see. Senior, you're indeed thoughtful. Ling Xiao had to admire him. All right, I've basically passed on everything I can to you. Next, I'll send you out. Remember, don't go head-to-head with those savage beasts before you're confident. They're just after the heart of gold. I've already made a replica. I reckon that Dragon Mother should have discovered it by now. That replica is enough to pass off as the real thing. By the time they realize that they've been tricked, they'll probably be in the savage beast region. And you'll probably be even stronger than you are now. The ancient Sword Emperor reminded him one last time. Senior, I'll remember all of your words. All right, that's it then. Go. You'll have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. After the ancient Sword Emperor finished speaking, he waved his hand again. A teleportation array appeared in the space. This should be the teleportation array to the hall from before. Seeing the ancient Sword Emperor's image disappear, Ling Xiao directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he stood up. Senior, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely fulfill your lifelong wish. In order to send him away, the ancient Sword Emperor finally disappeared without a trace of his remnant soul. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, the dead couldn't be revived. Moreover, even if the ancient Sword Emperor's remnant soul remained, he could only endure the torture every day. It was better to ascend as soon as possible. He stood up and collected his thoughts. Ling Xiao walked towards the teleportation array. He had obtained a complete victory in this trip to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. He had become the biggest winner. Not only did he obtain a 30% Khanate God-Fiend Sword Soul, his cultivation level had advanced to the 6th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He had also obtained the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Technique, the 100 Transformation Weapon, and the Heart of Gold. Especially the Heart of Gold. It was extremely mysterious and powerful. Even the ancient Sword Emperor had no idea what it was. He only knew that it contained a powerful force. The savage beast race had come here for the Heart of Gold. Now, All of this had become his. Right now, he needed to think about what to do after leaving the ancient sword mausoleum. The existence of the savage beast race and the god-fiend token master was a huge threat, but it was still all right. After his cultivation had reached reincarnation divine state level 6, he was able to compete with a martial artist at reincarnation divine state level 9. Ordinary beast soul transformations allowed him to fight opponents one level higher than him. The everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation allowed him to fight someone 2 levels higher than him. If he had a Khanate 3rd stage God-Fiend Sword Soul, he would have a God-Fiend Sword Soul. He could already fight against a martial artist at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Not to mention, he still had the even more powerful tyrannical martial spirit, which was his final trump card. It was enough for him to kill a 9th level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. This was what he was relying on. At most, they would fight. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Coming out of the teleportation array, Ling Xiao found himself in the hall from before. Darkfrost and the others were still waiting, and the golden door had finally opened again. The terrified Dragon Mother ran out from inside. Dragon Mother was still holding the 3 items in her hands. Ling Xiao realized that there were restrictions on the 3 items, preventing them from being stored in the storage ring. The ancient Sword Emperor was really evil. Haha, this way, once Dragon Mother was teleported out, those 3 items would be exposed instantly. Without him saying anything, Dragon Mother would become the target of the savage beast race and the God-Fiend Token Master. You'd better not move. Otherwise, I'll destroy this memory metal. Dragon Mother was still very wary of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could easily kill Yuan Shang, who was at Reincarnation Divine State Level 5. She knew that she was definitely not a match for him. So what if you have those items? With your strength, you still can't keep them. Why don't you give them to me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Dream on. How could Dragon Mother hand over the treasures in her hands to Ling Xiao? Moreover, she thought that she had obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Sigh, I'm helping you. To be honest, the current you is no longer a match for me. I won't kill you. Ling Xiao sighed. Haha, only a ghost would believe your words. Just as Dragon Mother finished speaking, a white light suddenly shrouded everyone. Ling Xiao knew that they were about to be teleported out of the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. When everyone opened their eyes again, they were already in the realm of the dead. That door had also quietly disappeared. Perhaps it would never appear again in the future. Ling Xiao looked around. 18 people went in. In the end, Heavenly King, An Kong, Morongda, Yuan Shang, Lai Shang, and the leader of the Avenging Alliance were killed. As for the other 12 people, they all made it out safely. Actually, other than Yuan Shang and Lai Shang, the rest could have survived. The ancient Sword Emperor was still relatively tolerant of the warriors who entered the Imperial Mausoleum. Ha ha ha, you've really made us wait for a long time. Right at this moment, a loud laugh startled everyone awake from their joy. 7 people walked out of the darkness. The Fiend God Order Master and 6 experts of the savage beast race. They had been waiting here because they were worried that these people would bring the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, as well as the escape of the Heart of Gold, although they had waited for a long time. But finally, they had waited. A terrifying aura came from the 7 experts. They were all 9th level Reincarnation Divine Realm experts. And on the side of the Western Region warriors, other than Ling Xiao, it was impossible for anyone to resist their aura. One of them was so frightened that he even collapsed to the ground. Even Dragon Mother, who was holding the treasure, was so frightened that the divine weapon in her hand fell to the ground. Other than Ling Xiao, everyone was shocked. They had seen the Fiend God Order Master before, but they had never seen the other 6 experts. It was hard for people to accept that there were 7 of them in one go. Dragon Mother, on the other hand, had returned to reality. Suddenly, she realized. She had fought so hard for the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, but in the end, she had to give it to others. How could she accept such a thing? But what could she do if she didn't accept it? She couldn't fight against these people at all, and she couldn't even escape from their pressure. Previously, there were only 4 savage beast race warriors. 2 were killed, but there are still 6. Looks like the savage beast race has sent more helpers. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. If it was only one or two, he could still fight against them. But with 7 experts, to be honest, he could escape alone. But what about his friends? Should he put them all in the beast ring? Or put them in the mountain river world? Although it could be done. But in that case, when Ling Xiao escaped, it would be equivalent to adding several people's weight. His speed would naturally slow down. This was the disadvantage of bringing people. Chapter 35:19. Ling Xiao usually just put little gold in the beast ring, so it was fine. After all, little gold could become small and not heavy. But with so many people, he really couldn't escape. It seemed that he could only take one step at a time. All of you, go out. The Fiend God Token Master suddenly said, "You'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, none of those people outside will survive." He sneered. Just in case. Using his identity, he gathered all the neutral martial artists of the 4 major forces outside the world of the dead. If someone took the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance and escaped, then he would use these people as hostages. He didn't believe that the person who took it didn't care. Now that the battle in the primordial divine tomb was no longer important, the so-called Fiend God Token was meaningless. Originally, the Fiend God Token Master did that to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. As long as he obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, everything would end. The door of the divine tomb would also reopen, and the people who survived here would all return. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, he would kill all these people at all costs. Anyway, it wasn't like he hadn't done such a thing before. No one dared to disobey the Fiend God Token Master's orders, and Ling Xiao didn't want to make a move at this time. The world of the dead was a sealed world, and there was no way to escape here. Outside, things were different. Everyone went outside and saw their respective forces. Many of them were family and friends. Whoosh! When they were outside, Dragon Mother suddenly had the courage to turn around and leave. The Fiend God Token Master sneered and raised his hand to release a black sword energy. Dragon Mother had already escaped more than 1,000 meters away, but she was still stabbed in the body. She fell to the ground. The blue-eyed beast's body suddenly lengthened, and she picked up the 3 things that Dragon Mother dropped. As for the corpse, she couldn't even be bothered to look at it. The moment before Dragon Mother died, she suddenly thought of Ling Xiao's words. She was extremely regretful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dragon Mother's tragic death caused the myriad countries to have no leader. The Koi King disappeared, and Kong was killed, and now Dragon Mother was dead. Only the Demon Eye King was left, but it was difficult for him to take charge of the situation. The Dragon Shark King's eyes showed some pity. "Don't move first. We'll talk about those things later." Ling Xiao pressed the Dragon Shark King down and said in a low voice, "Heh, they've really searched high and low for it, only to find it by sheer luck. What a bunch of stupid, inferior humans. Did they really think that they could dominate the world just because they had obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance? What a joke." Back then, the 8 great ancient emperors were only as strong as us. The ancient Sword Emperor was indeed powerful. He had reached the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm, but it was impossible for him to instantly reach Yi Futian's level of cultivation after receiving the inheritance. In the end, this thing still belongs to us. After obtaining the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, Lan Mao was all smiles. "Don't forget, that memory medal belongs to me," the God Fiend Order Master reminded. "Fine, I'll give it to you. After all, we beasts have no use for your human race's things." Lan Mao did not refuse and casually tossed the memory medal to the Divine Devil Order Master. What they wanted was the heart of gold. Ha, that's right, that's it. After receiving the memory medal, the Divine Devil Order Master sensed it and was instantly overjoyed. At this time, the beasts also began to study the heart of gold. Of course, that was a fake. It was just a fake that the ancient Sword Emperor had spent a lot of effort to create. The beasts would not be able to figure it out in a short time. It's indeed the heart of gold. Such vast energy, but it's a pity that it's filled with restrictions. Looks like we can only wait until we return to the Savage Beast region and find a formation master to crack it. Zhou Guang finally concluded. The beasts were very happy. This time, they did not come in vain. They had completed one of the Beast Emperor's missions. It was a pity that they did not find the Chosen One. Logically speaking, only the Chosen One could obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. But that inheritance had been obtained by the Dragon Mother. They did not understand. But there was nothing they could do even if they did not understand. After all, they could not find out now. Ling Xiao had been quietly observing the situation. If everything went smoothly, the beasts would choose to leave, and they would be released by the Divine Devil Order Master. The primordial divine tomb closed again. Everything returned to normal. He did not have to do anything. But would it really go so smoothly? He was sweating profusely in his heart, especially when he thought of how Zhou Guang and Lan Mao coveted Little Gold and Long Chun. He was very worried. Damn it, we worked so hard for nothing. But in the end, the Divine Devil Order Master still took advantage of us. So many people died. What is he trying to do? Sigh. If we had listened to Ling Xiao and worked together, even if something was stolen, it would have been good enough that no one died. King Zhong sighed helplessly. It's useless. Human greed is endless. Even if they know that there will be such danger, they will still try. The Linglong Saintess shook her head, although she was also sad in her heart. But most things in this world were like this. Only after experiencing it would one know regret. By the way, why didn't Yuan Shang and Lai Shang come out? Suddenly, the beast seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked such a question. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. But on second thought, it seemed that there was no need to worry. Among the outsiders, only Dragon Mother and the leader of the Avenging Alliance knew that he had killed Yuan Shang and Lai Shang. As for those two people, they were already dead. As for Dark Frost and the others, they naturally would not betray him, so he did not have to worry at all. They were probably killed by that old bastard Ancient Sword Emperor. I advised them not to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. They just didn't listen. Now it's fine, Zilin said coldly. Hearing this, the beasts thought that Lai Shang and Yuan Shang had violated the laws of the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, so they were killed by the Ancient Sword Emperor. That was good. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to make up a lie. After all, if the lie was not good enough, it would still be seen through. Then there is only one thing we need to do next. Zhou Guang suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. His gaze swept over Little Gold, Long Chun, and Cold Plum. The three of you, come out, he said in a commanding tone. What? Ling Xiao blurted out. He could tolerate other things, but if it involved his friends, he definitely could not tolerate it. What? Do I need to explain to an ant like you? Zhou Guang said disdainfully. They are my friends. Naturally, you have to explain to me. Ling Xiao walked out and stood in front of the three of them. He desperately improved his strength in order to protect himself, his family, and his friends. If he couldn't even do that, then what was the point of cultivating? You're courting death. Zhou Guang's body suddenly trembled and he charged at Ling Xiao. However, the other three people rushed out, wanting to block this attack for Ling Xiao. Chapter 35:20. Get out of my way. Zhou Guang roared. He didn't want to kill these three treasures. To him, Little Gold, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum were all very important. If he really brought them back, he would definitely make a great contribution. The Beast King would definitely reward him handsomely. Even if he didn't kill the Chosen One, he wouldn't have to worry. If you dare to touch Boss, we'll die in front of you. Ling Xiao could see that these beasts clearly needed them. Since that was the case, they were the bargaining chips. Zhou Guang took a deep breath. He had to admit that Ling Xiao's words really calmed him down. Killing Ling Xiao would be easy. But offending these three people who could become the overlords of the Savage Beast region in the future, wouldn't he be in trouble? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed. I'm just joking. You're Ling Xiao, right? You don't have to be so excited. I called them out because I want to bring them to the Savage Beast region. You know that the cultivation conditions in the four regions are much better than here. They'll definitely have a better future there. You're not that selfish, right? That's right. Lan Mao walked out and said, one is a devouring golden crow, and the other is a descendant of the dragon race. These two will definitely become the overlords of the savage beast region in the future. Maybe you'll benefit from them in the future, so you don't have to worry at all. We won't hurt them. They're treasures to us. Then what about Cold Plum? Ling Xiao said with a frown. If his brothers had a better future, he had nothing to say. After all, everyone had their own adventures. He couldn't keep others by his side selfishly. But Cold Plum wasn't a beast. He didn't know why these guys wanted to bring Cold Plum with them. You probably don't understand this girl. She might be even more precious than these two little guys. The most precious blood of the ancient gods flowed in her body. She's not a false god, but a super expert on the same level as the human king in the ancient times. Of course, she only had the aptitude. With your ability, I'm afraid you'll never be able to stimulate her talent, right? But if she comes with us to the Savage Beast region and becomes a member of the Rainbow Butterfly race, then she'll become a member of the Rainbow Butterfly race. In the future, she might even become the Empress of our Savage Beast region. Cosmic Light explained. That's why you shouldn't affect their future. Your aptitude is mediocre, but they are different. You might be trapped in the Western domain forever, but they have a bright future. Even so, I still have to listen to their opinions. If they really want to go, I definitely won't stop them. Actually, Ling Xiao felt that these beasts were not wrong. Let's not talk about Cold Plum first. Xiao Jin and Ling Xiao were definitely suitable to go to the Savage Beast race. That place had the most suitable cultivation method for them, which was much better than staying by his side. As for Cold Plum, Ling Xiao didn't know about the ancient god's blood, but since the Savage Beast race had taken a liking to her, then there must be something mysterious about it. Also, could the Rainbow Butterfly race be Cold Plum's original race? For Cold Plum, this was also a key to finding out about her origins. Perhaps she could recover all her memory fragments if she went there. Even so, he still had to ask for Ling Xiao and the others' opinions. Brat, don't push your luck. We're already giving you a lot of face by talking to you calmly. Zilin snorted. All right, Zilin. To show respect to the future overlords of the Savage Beast region, let's go. Let's listen to their opinions. I believe that those who truly care about their friends won't stand in their way. Cosmic Light restrained Zilin's anger and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Cold Plum. First, I have to say something. I support you going to the Savage Beast race. But if you don't want to, I definitely won't let them take you. You have to believe in my abilities. Also, you don't have to be reluctant because of your feelings. I'll go to the Four Realms sooner or later. We'll meet again. The stronger you become, the more help you'll be to me. With that said, you three can make a decision. Boss, since you've put it this way, what else can I say? To be honest, I really want to go there and take a look. I just can't bear to part with you. Ling Xiao sighed. Me too. Xiao Jin added. I still want to stay by your side. We'll fight the enemy together. Master, I don't want to leave you. Cold Plum shook her head. I can tell that you all want to go, but you can't bear to part with me, right? Since that's the case, I'll make the decision for you. Wild beasts, I'll leave these three friends of mine to you. But let me say the ugly things first. If anything happens to them, I'll definitely destroy the Savage Beast region. Ling Xiao always kept his word. However, these words sounded like a joke to the martialists of the Savage Beast race. They didn't care at all. Of course, they didn't want to hurt those three treasures either. After all, those treasures could very well make the Savage Beast region the strongest faction in the Four Realms. Don't worry. How could we possibly mistreat them? I just don't know if you'll still be a nobody in the Western Realms when they become the overlords of the Four Realms. Won't you feel inferior? Cosmic Light smiled. Of course, I'll be happy if they become overlords. I trust that my friends, Ling Xiao, won't change their minds. As for me, a nobody? Do you think you're a big shot? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Cosmic Light. Nonsense. We're martial artists from the Savage Beast region. In this crappy place of yours, we're like gods. Cosmic Light Dao. Then, dear God, do you dare take a blow from me? Ling Xiao wanted to tell the Savage Beast race just how terrifying his potential was. He wanted to tell them that he wasn't just spouting nonsense. He wasn't joking. What did you say? Cosmic Light couldn't help but laugh. You want me to take a blow from you? So what if your attacks are like scratching an itch? Do you dare or not? Ling Xiao asked. I'll do it. Zilin suddenly stood up and said, I love to see you lowly humans in despair. Come, come, come. Come at me. Whoever makes a move will be your grandson. You'd better not be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be the one losing face later. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Cut the crap. Come. Zilin didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the entire archaic divine tomb, only the master of the divine demon token could make him wary. As for the rest, they were nothing more than ants. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't say anything. He instantly transformed into the peerless celestial rat. The Ice Sovereign Sword, Fire Sovereign Sword, Soul Sovereign Sword, and Exquisite Sword into the air. The demonic god and divine demon swords appeared behind him. That strange sword spirit caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Chapter 35:21. Although this kid didn't obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, he should have gained a lot in the Ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so strong. The owner of the God Fiend token thought to himself. The others thought the same. Even so, Zilin was still disdainful of Ling Xiao, until the four swords formed a four-colored sword beam. The moment Ling Xiao's sword intent was fully released, Zilin panicked. The four-colored sword beam suddenly blasted out. The air was filled with a powerful aura. Zilin instinctively counterattacked. Because he sensed danger. He sensed the huge threat that this sword could bring to him. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded, and a 7 to 8 meter wide crater appeared on the ground. There was still sword energy being released. Zilin was nailed to the center of the crater, almost dying. Of course, he wasn't that weak, but he had underestimated his opponent. Ling Xiao had used the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation, the God Fiend sword soul at 30% connate, and a Peak King martial technique. He definitely had the ability to kill a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Zilin, that idiot, only reacted at the last moment. But it was useless to react hastily. Even though he had a powerful physical body, he was still almost killed by Ling Xiao's sword. Everyone was stunned. Their eyeballs fell to the ground. Looking at Zilin's dying appearance, the savage beast race martial artists instantly became nervous. How is this possible? Zilin is a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Even if he reacted hastily, he wouldn't be so miserable. Zhou Guang said in shock, unless this kid already has the terrifying power to fight a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. You're right. Ling Xiao sneered. This sword is just to tell you that my 3 friends aren't going with you because you forced them. I willingly let them go to the savage beast region to cultivate. At the same time, I also want to tell you that my potential isn't something you can see with your naked eyes. You'd better be obedient when you get back to the savage beast region. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Domineering, arrogant, condescending. Even when facing experts from the savage beast region, Ling Xiao was still the same. His strength was truly shocking. Cosmic Light, we can't let this brat live. Kill him. Lan Mao suddenly said, this guy is too terrifying. He's already so terrifying even without the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. If we allow him to continue developing, he will definitely become a great enemy of our savage beast region in the future. Can you kill me? Volcano Tortoise. Ling Xiao roared. The volcano tortoise, which had been silent, raised its head. Although this powerful volcano tortoise was also at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, it had no problem dealing with 2 savage beasts. Roar! The volcano tortoise let out a terrifying roar. This startled the savage beast race cultivators. There were only 5 of them left, although they did have the advantage in terms of numbers. However, they would need 3 people to be able to fight the volcanic tortoise to a draw. With only 2 people left to deal with Ling Xiao, could they really win in a short period of time? Moreover, there was still the God Fiend Medallion Master eyeing them covetously. They had injured the God Fiend Medallion Master before. He might take advantage of the situation. Cosmic Light thought of many things in an instant. He suddenly smiled. Little brother is indeed powerful. I admire you. I didn't expect you to reach the level of the 8 great ancient emperors so easily. Looks like you will definitely go to the 4 regions in the future. Then let's meet in the 4 regions. Cosmic Light was the leader of these beasts. If he said so, the others naturally had no objections. After all, they had already obtained the Heart of Gold and unearthed 3 treasures. There was no need to fight to the death here. It wouldn't be worth it. Take Zilin. Let's go back. Cosmic Light glanced at Ling Xiao, a complicated look in his eyes. There was shock, fear, and worry. After all, it was definitely not a good thing for the Savage Beast region to have such an unparalleled genius among the humans. However, they were only low-level cultivators in the Savage Beast region. No matter how powerful this genius was, he would still be able to go to the 4 regions. He probably wouldn't be able to go there. Perhaps his worries were a little unnecessary. Ling Xiao, Little Gold, Cold Plum, we'll see you in the 4 regions. You must protect yourselves. Ling Xiao waved at the 3 in the air. See you again. The beasts took the injured Zilin, Long Chun, Little Gold, and Cold Plum and left. They headed to the Savage Beast region. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about their safety. Instead, he was worried about when he could go to the 4 regions. How? He looked at the God-Fiend Medallion Master and said, You've obtained the Ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. Now it's time to send us out of the archaic divine tomb, right? Originally, the God-Fiend Medallion Master would never let Ling Xiao leave alive. However, he was wary of Ling Xiao's attack that had left Zilin on the brink of death. Such a person couldn't be offended. If they could get along peacefully, it would be better. When he successfully cultivated the Ancient Sword Emperor's legacy and reached the 1st level of the Divine Vein realm, it wouldn't be too late to kill this kid and take revenge for his subordinates. All right, I'll send you back. The God-Fiend Medallion Master used his divine ability, and a huge array diagram appeared under everyone's feet. A moment later, they all disappeared. Only the volcano tortoise was still guarding outside the God-Fiend city. It stared at the God-Fiend Medallion Master. This made the God-Fiend Medallion Master very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. A month later, in the capital of the Fire Dynasty. Today, many important figures gathered in the Fire Dynasty. The archaic divine tomb had been closed for more than a month. Although the kings of the Fire Dynasty and Ice Dynasty had died in battle, King Zhong had also returned, and he had become extremely powerful. On the streets of the Fire Dynasty, people were leisurely and carefree, but it seemed to be more lively than usual. Because there were many guests from other places, even the hotels and inns were basically full. On the city walls of the Fire Dynasty's capital, the defense today was stronger than usual. Everyone was on guard, as if they were on guard against something. In the inns and on the streets, there were people everywhere talking about what had happened recently. Everyone, have you heard? King Zhong has returned, and his cultivation base has risen to the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Although the Heavenly King died in battle, with King Zhong around, the current Heavenly King dynasty will probably rise again. At a street stall, a person eating tofu pudding said to his friend beside him. His eyes were filled with excitement. Ordinary people basically liked that powerhouses could appear in their country. In this way, not only would they have face when they went out, but they would also have status. Of course I've heard, but there's one thing you definitely don't know. Rumor has it that the mysterious God-Fiend Medallion Master has also arrived in the Fire Dynasty's capital. He also invited most of the experts of the 9 Supremes. Only the people of the 8 Immortals' kingdom didn't come. I heard that they offended the God-Fiend Medallion Master when they were in the archaic divine tomb. Hearing this, the person in front sighed. The 8 Immortals' kingdom is just a small force. It's a miracle that someone came out of the archaic divine tomb alive. It's a pity that they offended the God-Fiend Medallion Master. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape death. Chapter 35-22. Boom, boom. Just as the people in the capital of the Fire Empire were discussing, a sudden roar came from afar. The entire capital of the Fire Empire seemed to be trembling. It sounded like the sound of monsters running. From time to time, terrifying roars could be heard. It was a little frightening. People suddenly stopped chatting and looked in the direction of the city gate. There had not been a large-scale war in the western region for a long time. No one knew what this sound meant. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying roar was getting closer and louder. People became more and more nervous. The people doing business also stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the sound with fear and worry. The ground trembled more and more violently. The sound in the air was also like thunder. In the direction of the city gate, smoke and dust filled the sky. People knew that something big had happened. Many people had already run back home, closed the door, and looked outside through the window or the crack of the door. What the hell is going on? It was a pity that the city gate was tightly shut and people could not see the situation outside. This made them anxious. The expressions of the soldiers guarding the city gate tower turned unsightly. In the distance, a black mass of troops gathered. There were not many of them. At a glance, there were only about 10,000 of them. But each of them was powerful and murderous. These people were all wearing black armor. Like a black whirlwind, they rushed in the direction of the capital. Quick, go and report to Prince Zhong. On the city gate tower, the general in charge looked gloomy. He really could not understand. Every single one of these black-armored soldiers was actually much stronger than him. Compared to these soldiers, his subordinates were all trash. Although the heavy city gate had been closed, could it really stop this terrifying black whirlwind? Everyone's heart was beating crazily, many times faster than normal. They were extremely nervous. They had never seen such a terrifying army. There were tens of thousands of people, and each of them had the strength of the first level of the reincarnation divine state. How was this possible? This was too much of a joke. In the past, in the western region, the heaven-changing fate realm was already considered a top expert. There were only a few people in the reincarnation divine state. But now, the strength of this black-armored army was at least at the first level of the reincarnation divine state. What did this mean? When did such a terrifying army appear in the western region? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. He didn't know what the black-armored soldiers were trying to do. As the iron armor army got closer and closer to the city gate, many soldiers raised their bows and arrows. Put them down. Do you want to die? The general of the city guard shouted. What kind of joke was this? Such an army was enough to crush any force in the western region. Shoot arrows? He was afraid that he would be killed before he could shoot anyone else. That wasn't an attack at all. It was simply courting death. The iron armor army finally stopped when they were about 100 meters away from the city gate. On the city wall, everyone couldn't help but gulp. Only when they got closer did they realize how terrifying this team was. The murderous aura he released caused many soldiers to faint on the spot. They had already lost half of their members before the battle had even begun. The mounts of this army of 10,000 were actually all black demonic wolves. Just this demonic wolf alone was a heaven-seizing, fate-changing demonic beast. Such a combination was simply unbelievable. A demon wolf walked out from the iron armor army. The soldier riding on the demon wolf shouted at the top of the city wall, "Listen up! We are the black-armored army of the Celestial Dynasty. The entire western region is now under the control of the Celestial Dynasty. Only the capital of the Fire Dynasty is left. Tell your loyal king to surrender quickly. Otherwise, the city will be destroyed and everyone will die." Of course, it was impossible to command all of them. At this moment, the army of the Celestial Dynasty was advancing in all directions. Because each team was overseen by an expert, the battle was easily won. It was unstoppable. The only problem was the capital of the Fire Dynasty. Today, almost all the experts of the 9 Supremes, except for the 8 Immortals' kingdom, were gathered here. Even the Fiend God Order Master had appeared. As long as they could take the capital of the Fire Dynasty, the entire western region would fall into the hands of the Celestial Dynasty. Ling Xiao could then go to the 4 major regions without worry. In the past month, he had used the countless medicinal pills and cultivation treasures he had obtained from the primeval divine tomb. The strength of the Celestial Dynasty's martial artists had increased by leaps and bounds. The 10,000 men of the black-armored army were the most elite troops. Each of them had a cultivation base of at least the first level of the reincarnation god realm. As for the rest of the army, their strength was also extraordinary. Most of them were at least the 8th level of the life-seizing realm. In the past, this kind of cultivation base would be among the top experts of the Western region. But now, they were just ordinary soldiers. As for the Dragon Mammoth, Falling Moon, Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, Jin Subduing Dragon, Domineering Blade, by Fong, Hai Myung Ko, and other experts. Now, they were all reincarnation God Realm experts. With resources, things were different. In addition, these people's cultivation bases were not weak. Under the strong nurturing, coupled with their own efforts, as well as the medicinal pills and cultivation techniques they had never seen before, their cultivation bases increased by leaps and bounds. To be honest, if Ling Xiao had such resources in the past, his cultivation base would probably have reached the Divine Pulse realm by now. But there were gains and losses. Although his cultivation base did not soar as quickly, Ling Xiao's foundation was more stable. Every step he took was firm and steady, and he had more experience and more experience. Compared to those martial artists who relied on medicinal pills and cultivation techniques to improve, he definitely had a huge advantage. Of course, in order to quickly increase the strength of the Heavenly Empire, medicinal pills and cultivation techniques were unavoidable. Now, those experts had all become the commanders of the various armies and were leading the army on expeditions everywhere. If there were no medicinal pills and cultivation techniques, this would not be possible. The time to rule the Western region would probably have to be delayed. Quickly report to Prince Zhong. The general guarding the city was in a mess. He had no idea where the Heavenly Empire came from. He also had no idea where these experts came from. It was as if they had descended from the sky and suddenly appeared on the land of the Western region. Prince Zhong's mansion. In the spacious hall, a group of experts sat. The God Devil Order Master sat at the head of the table. Everyone's expression was not good. They seemed to be worried about something. Your Highness Prince Zhong. Your Highness Prince Zhong. A soldier suddenly rushed in from outside the door and shouted while rolling and crawling. Shut up, what a scandal. His Highness Prince Zhong is having a private discussion in the hall. If there's anything, talk about it later. The soldiers guarding outside the hall roared at the soldier. We can't wait. If we wait any longer, this flame city will be broken. The soldier shouted. Let him in. Prince Zhong's voice came from inside. The door to the hall opened. The soldier rushed in, knelt on the ground, and said loudly, Your Highness Prince Zhong. A group of black armored army came from outside Flame City. They claimed to be the army of the Heavenly Empire. They said that they want Prince Zhong to go out and surrender, or else they will kill their way in. Chapter 35-23. The soldier was a little flustered, so he didn't say it clearly, but everyone heard it clearly. They couldn't help but feel confused. Celestial Empire? Black armored army? They had never heard of it. Where did this idiot come from? He actually dared to attack Flame City today. The people here were actually only worried about one person, and that was 8 immortal countries' Emperor Ling Xiao. But they had never heard of this Celestial Empire. Before King Zhong spoke, the God Demon Order Master said coldly, What are you panicking for, Blood Sword? Bring people to take a look. If it's some small thief, just kill him. If he still has some weight, capture him alive and bring him back for interrogation. Blood Sword was one of the 3 experts under the God Demon Order Master, and his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He was very strong. In the entire Western region, other than the God Demon Order Master and Ling Xiao, no one was his match. Now that the meeting was at a critical moment, the God Demon Order Master didn't want anyone to disturb him. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but praise him. As expected of the God Demon Order Master, he was domineering and arrogant. No matter who it was, he would either kill them or bring them back for interrogation. The soldier who came to report thought for a moment. With the God Demon Order Master's subordinates, there shouldn't be a problem. Although the Black Armored Army was strong, they were only at the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Could it be that they were a match for a 6th level Reincarnation Divine Realm expert? Blood Sword left with his men. Okay, let's continue. Regarding the matter of targeting 8 immortal countries' Emperor Ling Xiao, the God Demon Order Master waved his hand. That's right, they were discussing how to kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao existed, The western region would be under his shadow. Even the god-demon Order Master was worried. In the ancient divine tomb, because of the volcano tortoise, the god-demon Order Master didn't dare to touch Ling Xiao. But now that he was in the western region, it was different. Perhaps because the ancient sword Imperial Tomb's treasure had been opened, the western region's cultivation laws had changed. In the past, the god-demon Order Master couldn't come to the western region. Even if he came, his cultivation would drop greatly. But now, it had changed. He could come to the western region so easily. This meant that an expert on the same level as him had appeared in the western region. And this expert could only be Ling Xiao. This was what they should be concerned about. As for that *T black armored army, who cares about them? Outside the city gate, the black armored army of the Celestial Dynasty was on standby. Everyone waited quietly. At this moment, there were a few more people on the city wall. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a familiar face. Bloodsword, one of the top 3 experts in Divine Devil City, was even stronger than Shi Feng. Looks like the Divine Devil Order Master is indeed here. The news is correct. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. Since that's the case, I'll take care of this Fiend God Order Master as well. As long as we control God Devil City, the immemorial Divine Tomb will become a holy land for Western region martial artists to cultivate in the future. You are the army of the Celestial Empire? Their strength was not bad, and it seemed like they were not just some good-for-nothings. However, it's a pity that you've encountered me. Today, none of you can think of leaving here alive. Shuejian looked down and sneered. This is King Zhong's answer? Ling Xiao urged the demon wolf under him and walked out of the formation as he asked coldly. That's right. Although Shuejian recognized Ling Xiao was wearing armor and his hair had changed. He did not recognize him immediately. If he did, who knew if he would still have the guts to do so? After all, he had been present when Ling Xiao had severely injured Zilin with a single strike. Attack the city. Ling Xiao lightly waved his hand. The black armored army moved out. Like a black arrow, it shot towards the city gate. You're seeking death. Shuejian jumped down from the city wall, looking majestic. The guards of Flame City all looked at him, hoping that this expert would be able to wipe out all the invading enemies. However, Shuejian flew into the air, but a trail of blood flew out. Before he landed, his head had already been removed. The corpse fell heavily to the ground. Ling Xiao put away the Ice Supreme sword and sneered. Thinking back, how crazy was the God-Demon Order Master and how many Western region cultivators were killed. This Shuejian was naturally one of the most vicious butchers. Today, Ling Xiao killed him without mercy. It was to take revenge for the Western region souls. If he wanted to become the commander of the Western region, he had to do something earth-shattering. Otherwise, how many people would truly be convinced by him? Boom. The moment Shuejian was killed, the city gate was also blasted open. The people on the city wall were all stunned. Just one move. They did not even see what move the other party used. Shuejian, this 6th-level reincarnation divine realm cultivator, was dead. He died in a baffling manner. Too powerful. That young man was simply unfathomably powerful. Don't be afraid. Our heavenly dynasty empire will definitely not kill people who surrender. Ling Xiao looked up at the soldiers guarding the city and said coldly, We are willing to submit to the heavenly dynasty empire. Under the threat of unimaginable strength, those people had no other choice. They all knelt on the ground and surrendered. Let's go to the Prince Zhong mansion. That is the target this time. I want to see how the God-Demon Order Master will interrogate me. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. He had said a long time ago that he would kill the God-Demon Order Master. That was at the God-Demon Invitational Tournament. At that time, everyone thought that he was joking. No one believed that he would do such a thing. However, today, Ling Xiao already had the strength to kill the God-Demon Order Master. This was also the reason why he dared to lead the army here. Leaving the God-Demon Order Master alive would always be a disaster. Yes, sir. A thunderous shout rang out in unison. Over 10,000 people, but their voices were so orderly. It could be seen that they had undergone strict training. On the city wall, all the soldiers were trembling with fear. Who exactly was this young man to be able to make over 10,000 reincarnation divine realm experts bow their heads and listen to his orders? They did not even put the god-demon order master in their eyes. Could it be that he was a cultivator from the four regions? Boom! Rumble. The city trembled once again. There were even mournful cries. The Devil Wolf army charged into the city and headed in the direction of the Prince Zhong mansion. Along the way, they did not cause any trouble. Ling Zhao's army was very disciplined. They knew what to do and what not to do. Ever since the Heavenly Dragon continent, this had been set in stone. No one dared to disobey. The army didn't move very quickly. That way, the passers-by wouldn't be sent flying. When the people saw the army brimming with killing intent, they parted, allowing them to pass. How terrifying. Where did this army come from? I'm a 6th-stage life-sizer, but I feel like an ant in front of them. Yeah, these people are all in the reincarnation divine realm. I've had this feeling before. It was the same feeling I had when I saw the Celestial Kings and Prince Zhong. There were experts among the passers-by, but compared to the terrifying black armored army, they didn't feel like martial artists at all. She couldn't even move her feet. Chapter 35-24. In Prince Zhong's mansion, the secret meeting continued. The experts were discussing how to get rid of Ling Xiao. However, they did not expect that Ling Xiao had already arrived. Outside the door, there was a sudden tremor. It was as if there was an earthquake. This sound could be heard clearly even in the hall. The roar of the demon beasts was disturbing. Everyone stood up and looked outside the door in surprise, not knowing what had happened. What's wrong? Could it be an earthquake? Prince Zhong frowned. He had instructed that no one was allowed to disturb today's secret meeting. However, the sound outside was so loud. He believed that it was definitely not from within the city. Could it be that the so-called black armored army of the Heavenly Empire had attacked? What is Shuejian doing? The Fiend God Token Master was also a little annoyed. He sent Shuejian to deal with this kind of thing, but in the end, he still let them in. It seemed that this so-called Heavenly Empire was not ordinary. Everyone, don't worry. With the Fiend God Token Master here, even if that Ling Xiao comes, we don't have to be afraid. Not to mention the so-called Heavenly Empire's army that came out of nowhere. An expert of the Fire Dynasty said with a smile. Everyone felt that it made sense. What kind of status did the Fiend God Token Master have? He was a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm expert. No matter who met him, they would not be able to take advantage of him. Everyone, please wait a moment. I will go out and take a look myself, Prince Zhong said. Then, he walked out of the door. Others had already attacked the city. As the actual controller of the Heavenly Empire, how could he not set an example? Otherwise, everyone would be in a panic. However, the moment he stepped down from his seat, a loud sound came from outside. It seemed that the door had been shattered. A murderous aura came from outside. The guards of Prince Zhong's mansion who were guarding the courtyard all had ugly expressions. The black armored army, black armor, black demon wolves, terrifying strength. They were like demons from hell, causing people to tremble in fear. Prince Zhong, how could you not invite me to today's gathering? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone in the hall was shocked. It's Ling Xiao. It can't be wrong. It's that guy's voice. Damn it. How did he get here so quickly? The purpose of this secret meeting was to discuss how to deal with Ling Xiao. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to come. This made them feel incomparably terrified. What are you all panicking for? I'm here. Do you think you're afraid of him? The Fiend God Token Master shouted in disdain. Yes, yes, yes. The Divine Devil Medallion Master's cultivation is unrivaled. How could a lowly person like Ling Xiao compare to him? Among them, there weren't many who were truly powerful. Most of them were bootlickers. After all, most of the experts from the 4 major forces had died in the Archean Divine Tomb. Only a few of them came back. Rumble. Another sound rang out. This time, it was the door of the hall that was destroyed. People finally saw the scene outside. They were all soldiers of the Black Armored Army. Every one of them had the aura of a reincarnation divine realm expert, powerful and austere. In the hall, many people began to tremble. These self-righteous experts were not worth mentioning in front of the black armored army. The black armored army was expressionless. They had already surrounded the entire Prince Zhong mansion. Ling Xiao stood alone in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. His long black hair danced wildly in the wind. Whether it was Prince Zhong, the Demon Eye King, or the sect masters of the Revenge Alliance, they wouldn't be frightened by an army of thousands. But these soldiers were different. They were too powerful, and Ling Xiao, who was leading them, was even stronger. Prince Zhong couldn't help but regret. He had already seen Ling Xiao's strength in the Archean Divine Tomb. He originally had the intention to join him, but because of the arrival of the Fiend God Token Master, he had no choice but to hold this secret meeting according to his wishes. Now, everything depended on the Fiend God Token Master. He was definitely not a match for Ling Xiao. The Fiend God Token Master walked out of the crowd. He walked towards Ling Xiao. He asked coldly, "Where's Bloodsword?" "Killed," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "A person who doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dares to stop my black armored army from entering Flame City. He deserves to die." The Fiend God Token Master's voice suddenly became cold. "How dare you? You actually dare to injure my Fiend God City's people. Do you know the price of doing that?" Ling Xiao looked at him with disdain. He actually looked at the people behind him. It was as if he didn't put the Fiend God Token Master in his eyes. This action simply drove the Fiend God Token Master crazy. He was the Lord of Fiend God City. He was the expert who had toyed with the Western region for thousands of years. Countless experts of the Western region were trampled to death by him like ants. But today, this Ling Xiao actually dared to disregard him like this. To an expert, being disregarded was the most unbearable thing. "I'm asking you a question, Ling Xiao." The Fiend God Token Master was the highest leader sent by the 4 regions to guard Fiend God City. No one could trample on his pride. In the entire Western region, he was a godlike existence. Even the Fiend God and Fiend God envoys he sent were the strongest in the Western region. He had already said that no matter who came, he would deal with them. If he retreated now, then his reputation as the Fiend God Token Master would probably be ruined. However, Ling Xiao still ignored him. He looked at the people behind him and said, "The Heavenly Empire's army is currently sweeping through the entire Western region. It won't be long before the entire Western region is in my hands. I'll only ask you one thing now. Surrender or die. This is your last choice." Everyone's heart trembled. They all knew that the situation was over. From the looks of the black armored army, whose strength was all above the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, most likely, the Heavenly Empire's overall strength had already far surpassed the 4 great forces of the past. They couldn't resist it all. "Impudent, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf, Ling Xiao?" The Fiend God Token Master was almost spitting fire. He knew that Ling Xiao was definitely doing it on purpose. But doing it on purpose showed that he was looking down on him. A puny Western region martial artist actually dared to look down on him like this. This was simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. At this time, Ling Xiao seemed to have heard his words. He glanced at him indifferently and said, "Oh, so it's you, the Fiend God Token Master, an existence that has plagued the Western region for thousands of years. Today, you actually dare to appear in the Western region. Are you tired of living?" Ling Xiao's words caused everyone to be stunned for a moment, their hearts in shock. He actually dared to reprimand the Fiend God Token Master like this. He actually dared to say that the Fiend God Token Master was tired of living? Not just the bystanders, even the Fiend God Token Master himself found it hard to believe. Back then, Ling Xiao was rude to him at the Fiend God Invitational Tournament. He wanted to kill this brat. If not for the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, he would have long destroyed this guy. Later, he obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. But because of the existence of the volcanic mountain tortoise, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Today, without the volcanic mountain tortoise, he didn't have to consider other things. Ling Xiao actually dared to be so unbridled. Chapter 35-25. Are you courting death? The God Devil Token Master's terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Although the 4 regions have orders not to let me casually slaughter the experts of the Western region, you disrespected me. But since you're so disrespectful to me, even if I kill you, I believe no one will care. Hee. Have you not killed many experts of the Western region? Why are you pretending to be a White Lotus now? If you want to make a move, do as you please. Ling Xiao looked at the God Devil Token Master contemptuously and said, I still have business to attend to. Good. Very good. The God Devil Token Master had no other thoughts. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao now. Since Ling Xiao had delivered himself to his door, he should not miss this opportunity. Kill. A terrifying aura pounced directly at Ling Xiao. Without holding back, without any concealment, everyone was intimidated by this terrifying aura. This was a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. In the Western region, where the laws were empty, when he released his aura, the ground had already begun to crack. Black clouds gathered in the sky. Heaven and earth seemed to be wailing. Space was also distorted because of this. How sad. The Western region is such a trash place. The laws are too weak. If this was in the 4 regions, with my little strength, I'm afraid I can only leave a mark on the ground. The God Devil Token Master laughed sinisterly. His body had already soared into the air. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing below, with contempt and said, Today, you shouldn't have provoked me, unless you kneel down now. Swear allegiance to me and swallow the pill I'll give you. Only then can I spare your life. Otherwise, not only will I kill you today, I will also destroy the army you worked so hard to build. So much nonsense, I'm about to fall asleep. Ling Xiao yawned. Facing the powerful God Devil Token Master, he was actually indifferent. There was no trace of fear. After a month of cultivation, his current cultivation had already advanced to the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He had further mastered the usage of the Ice Age, and he could finally use the 5 swords as one. Although the 5 swords as one was still the destructive power of a peak king-level martial technique, but its power was 5 times stronger than the 4 swords as one. Not only that, there was also a good thing. While they were cleaning up the mountain of treasures they had obtained from the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum, he also found the final sword to cultivate the 9 sovereign sword technique, as well as the required cultivation materials. Now that his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine State, he had already cultivated 8 out of the 10 sword skills. As for the last 2, he might need to reach the Divine Vein Realm before he could cultivate them. Moreover, he could only use 5 swords at the same time. He couldn't use any stronger moves for the time being, because the consumption of true essence was too great, the burden on the body was too great. Another piece of good news was that his mid-tier king Xianwu God had already reached the high-level king realm. The materials used were also found in the pile of treasures. From the looks of it, the ancient Sword Emperor didn't just leave his legacy to his descendants. He really left behind a lot of different good things. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine State, combined with the 5-in-1 sword, or the Ice Emperor sword technique. Even if he didn't transform, he would still be able to fight the Fiend God Order Master without losing. If he used the Demon God Sword Soul of the Xiantian stage, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat the Demon God Order Master. Damn it! Here come the knife. When the Fiend God is angry, the world will be shocked. The Fiend God Order Master used a peak-level King Realm martial technique. To him, a peak-level King Realm martial technique was the strongest martial technique. It was also the martial technique that he was best at. The black long knife in his hand slashed down at Ling Xiao. The space suddenly distorted. Another huge crack appeared on the ground. The guard didn't have time to dodge and fell down. However, Ling Xiao was still floating in the air, looking coldly at the black knife. Then, Ice Age was unsheathed and suddenly rose. Instant freeze. It was the same peak-level King Realm martial technique. Once it was used, the space became cold and eerie. It was as if everything was about to be frozen. Clang. The knife and sword collided in the void and then exploded. Boom. The Fiend God Order Master was sent flying. He retreated more than 10 steps and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was still standing there firmly, domineering and frivolous. You're old. It's time for you to step down. The Fiend God City shouldn't be a shackle that binds the Western region martial artists. It should be a hub for the Western region martial artists to enter the 4 major regions. Ling Xiao looked at the Fiend God Order Master and didn't chase after him. Instead, he waved his long sword and sneered. Bullshit. The Fiend God City is the fortress of the 4 major regions. It's the city wall. It's to prevent you lowly humans from the Western region from going there and tainting our genes. The Fiend God Order Master roared. His words made a lot of people present feel uncomfortable. Although they were weak, not everyone was willing to be someone else's dog or slave. They didn't like being called lowly humans. As you said, I'll destroy this fortress and the city wall. The more you're afraid, the more I want the Western region martial artists to enter the 4 major regions. Are you noble? Haha, you have the best resources and enjoy the best laws. How dare you say that? You don't dare to share because you're afraid that the Western region martial artists will outshine you. Ling Xiao sneered. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. You're bullshit. The wrath of a fiend god will destroy the heavens. An even more domineering move came crashing down, slashing towards Ling Xiao. Your rage shows your panic, and even more so, your sorrow. Ice Emperor Sword Art second move. Ice River 9 Revolutions. Ling Xiao's moves also became even more ferocious. A sword slashed out. It was as if an ice river was heading towards him. 9 revolutions represented 9 levels of power. The ice river's attack was also 9 levels. The first 7 levels had already shattered the Fiend God Order Master's attack, and the last 2 levels directly blasted onto the Fiend God Order Master's body. It blasted him back again. He was injured again. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape, simply unable to believe their eyes. The dignified Fiend God Order Master was actually killed by Ling Xiao, a Western region martial artist, without the ability to fight back. What the hell was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao's strength had already surpassed the Fiend God Order Master's? This was simply too terrifying. No, this is impossible. How did you become so powerful? The Fiend God Order Master finally began to panic. The most powerful martial technique, coupled with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, was actually unable to defeat Ling Xiao. This caused him to turn pale with fright. Afraid? Even the Fiend God Order Master will be afraid? Ling Xiao mocked, and then said coldly, You have already attacked, then next, it's my turn. Finished speaking. 5 sword lights pierced through the air. In the void, a 5-colored sword light condensed. This attack was even more powerful than Freezing Instant and Ice River 9 Revolutions. Kill. The terrifying sword light pierced through the void, distorting space. The Fiend God Order Master hurriedly circulated his energy to resist. However, this sword light still pierced through his defense, leaving a glaring wound on his right arm. That wound had almost completely removed his right arm. Only a trace of flesh was left hanging there. Didn't you obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor? Why don't you show it to me? Ling Xiao mocked. You really do know something. Chapter 35-26. You must know something, right? About the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance? The God Devil Order Master asked coldly. When he mentioned the so-called inheritance, he was incomparably furious. He had painstakingly studied it for a month, but to no avail. He even suspected that the item was fake. Hee, isn't it a little too late to discover it now? That's right, it's just as you thought. The inheritance you obtained is just a fake. The real inheritance is in my hands. Ling Xiao mocked. In order to fight for that inheritance, you didn't hesitate to kill so many warriors. In the end, it was all for naught. Is it very painful? You lied to me. This is impossible. The God Devil Order Master roared. I lied to you? Is there a need for me to lie to you? Let me show you something good. Ling Xiao chuckled and took out the 100 Transformations divine weapon. The multicolored metal emitted an intoxicating light. That is, Heavenly King artifact. Others might not be able to tell, but the God Devil Order Master was a warrior of the 4 major regions, so he naturally recognized the Heavenly King artifact. That's mine. The God Devil Order Master roared. Then, he crazily charged towards Ling Xiao. Yours? He. Ling Xiao sneered. You think too highly of yourself. Today, I will kill you and make your ambition disappear along with your life. The Ice Age was raised again. Ling Xiao used the blizzard ice sealing steps and instantly arrived in front of the heavily injured God Devil Order Master. That cold weapon was pressed against the God Devil Order Master's throat. Stop. You can't kill him. King Zhong suddenly roared. Why not? Ling Xiao asked. If you kill him, you will definitely regret it. He is the representative of the 4 major regions. If you kill him, it means declaring war on the 4 major regions. King Zhong explained, I know you have become stronger, but facing the 4 major regions, you are still nothing. You have to admit that. Ha 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 ha. Looks like there is a smart person. The God Devil Order Master laughed crazily. That's right, Ling Xiao. So what if you are stronger than me? You still can't kill me. The 4 regions are my backers. If you kill me, the Western region will definitely be destroyed by the 4 regions. Idiot. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Ice Age had already pierced out. It pierced through the throat of the Fiend God Order Master. At that moment, a hero of a generation had fallen. Everyone was stunned. He was even a little frightened. The Fiend God Order Master also widened his eyes. Before he died, he never thought that Ling Xiao would actually make a move. You actually did it. You're too impulsive. Prince Zhong slumped to the ground. It's over. It's all over. The Western regions will suffer a calamity. Coward. Ling Xiao looked at Prince Zhong and said, Aren't you thinking too highly of this trash? The last time a God Fiend Token Master was killed was during the reign of the ancient Sword Emperor. What did the 4 regions do? They had only sent some trash over. And that was a year after the incident. Now, my strength is much stronger than those trash. Although I'm not the ancient Sword Emperor, I have an army stronger than the ancient Sword Emperor. Just wait. In a year's time, an invincible army will rise in the Western regions. A God Fiend Token Master. So what if I killed him? What's there to sigh about? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was speechless. They had never thought of becoming enemies with the 4 regions. Even more so, they never thought that one day, the legend of the ancient Sword Emperor would reappear, killing the God Fiend Token Master. This was a huge matter. Now, have you all thought of how to answer my question just now? Do you choose to surrender and submit, or do you choose to die and resist? The God Fiend Token Master's corpse was still bleeding. There was no suspense at all when Ling Xiao asked such a question again. We are willing to follow the Imperial Emperor and sacrifice our lives. Everyone knelt down, including Prince Zhong. Although he feared the 4 regions, right now, Ling Xiao was the most terrifying existence. Very good. Then today, you all will carry out your first mission. Follow me to the God Fiend City. Occupy the God Fiend City. Ling Xiao sneered. Did these people think that it was okay to just say that they wanted to surrender? How could they not show their loyalty? The God Fiend City was what they used to show their loyalty. But the door of the Divine Tomb hasn't been opened yet. Prince Zhong said, From now on, there will be no more door of the Divine Tomb. That place will be the cultivation holy land of the Western region martial artists. Let's go. I will personally lead the team and cheer for you. My black armored army will also help you attack the God Fiend City. Ling Xiao said loudly. Although many people were unwilling, the situation was beyond their control. With Ling Xiao personally supervising, they had no other choice but to bite the bullet. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure dashed out of the crowd and fled into the distance. If you didn't escape, I almost forgot about you. That person was one of the 3 experts under the God Fiend Token Master. Ling Xiao sneered and casually flicked out a sword light. At a distance of 1,000 meters, that person's throat was pierced, and the corpse fell heavily to the ground. This was an example to others. Seeing this scene, no one dared to hesitate at all. Following the black armored army, a group of experts set off for the God Fiend City. A few days later, a war broke out in the God Fiend City. The head of the God Fiend Token Master became the fuse of this war, and also the weapon that ended it. When the martial artists in the God Fiend City saw that the God Fiend Token Master was killed, they immediately lost the courage to fight. They were leaderless. From the beginning of the war, they leaned towards the Celestial Empire. Those experts from the Western region, under the supervision of Ling Xiao and the Black Armored Army, erupted with amazing combat power. In the end, the Godfiend city was taken down. Out of the 100,000 soldiers in the Godfiend city, 50,000 surrendered and pledged their allegiance to the Celestial Empire. As for how to control these people, Ling Xiao naturally had his own way. From the Sky Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, this was not the first time he dealt with this kind of problem. The soul-absorbing pill combined with the soul-absorbing technique. These people would never betray him. They would only fight to the death. As long as they did not betray him, their bodies would not have any abnormalities. Although this method of controlling people was somewhat low-end, Ling Xiao did not have the time to do any brainwashing. To him, this was the most efficient and direct method. And after those experts took down the Godfiend city, although they were injured and some died. But from this moment on, they were completely on the same boat as Ling Xiao. Even if they were unwilling, it was useless. After the war ended, Ling Xiao gathered all the generals of the Celestial Empire for a meeting in the Godfiend city. This battle was also his last battle in the Western region. Next, he would head to the 4 major regions. The remaining matters would naturally be left to the people who stayed here. Jin Fulong was appointed as the king of the Western region and was in charge of the overall affairs of the Western region. Hai Myungkeo was still an important contact between the Black Tortoise continent and the Celestial Empire. In fact, she was the highest commander. Her position was second only to Ling Xiao. This former holy son had matured a lot, even if her strength was not as good as many people, but she was a pillar of the country. Chapter 35-27. After settling the matters of the Western region, Ling Xiao finally embarked on the road to the 4 great regions. Whether it was his own woman, Yu Fenghua, or his sister in this life, Ling Jiaojiao, or his friends, Xiao Jin, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum, they were all in the 4 great regions. This time, Ling Xiao was not only going to retrieve what he had lost, it was also a solid step for Wang Cheng to unify the profound world. To unify the Black Tortoise continent, the 4 great regions were the key. The Western region was just a corner of it. The closest to the Divine Devil City was the Golden Heavenly region, and it had a teleportation array. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not spend much time to arrive at the first battle of the 4 great regions, the Golden Heavenly region. Looking at this unfamiliar place, Ling Xiao felt that it was a little strange. The spiritual energy in the air continuously poured into his body and then transformed into his own energy and potential. You don't even need to cultivate to feel the density of the spiritual energy. Compared to the Western region, this place was really much better. He really wanted to bring all the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire to take a look and feel the atmosphere here. If he could cultivate here, it would naturally be even better. To martial artists, this place was simply a cultivation paradise. Ling Xiao began to calm down and carefully observe the situation around him. The environment here was not bad. A large area of dense vegetation covered the surface of the ground. Some towering trees were actually hundreds of meters tall, but he could not see a single person, nor could he see any buildings. Ling Xiao frowned, opened the Tai Chi eye and looked into the distance, and could not help but be shocked. This Tai Chi eye, when in the Western region, could already see things hundreds of miles away. But here, he could only see about 100 meters. The effect was greatly reduced. Could this be the reason why the God Devil Token Master said that the laws were sturdy? Ling Xiao looked at a huge rock. If this rock was placed in the Western region, he would only need to lightly touch it to shatter it. He did not know how it was now. He had to figure this out. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage here in the future. Thinking of this, he walked over and pointed out. To his incomparable surprise, the huge rock did not move at all. The laws of the 4 great regions are actually so sturdy. He began to increase his strength. When his strength had increased to about 100 times, he was finally able to shatter the boulder. In other words, the laws of the 4 regions were 100 times stronger than the Western regions. Something that could be done in the Western regions would require 100 times the effort to accomplish here. This was truly shocking. Interesting. Ling Xiao chuckled. He liked things that were challenging. Disciple, don't be happy too early. You'll encounter a lot of trouble here. A Yuan Venerate suddenly appeared. This lessened Ling Xiao's loneliness from being away from his friends. After all, there was still a Yuan Venerate by his side, wasn't there? However, what was the meaning of his master's words? Master, what trouble are you talking about? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Try using your movement technique to fly first, Yuan Venerate said with a smile. All right. Ling Xiao didn't know what Yuan Venerate meant, but his master definitely wouldn't harm him. Therefore, he used his blizzard eyes sealing steps in an attempt to soar into the sky. However, what shocked him was that after his body rose 7 or 8 meters into the air, he suddenly plummeted rapidly and couldn't go up anymore. Flying was even more impossible. The blizzard ice sealing steps had allowed him to fly thousands of meters in the air and shuttle back and forth rapidly. Now, he could only hover about a foot above the ground. This was probably also an effect of the loss. It was no wonder that those fellows from the savage beast race kept saying that the western regions were inferior humans. In terms of pure strength, the top martialists from the western regions would only be at the bottom of the hierarchy in the 4 great regions. Ling Xiao felt even more incredulous when he thought about how he had actually killed a martialist from the Eternal Life Palace. It's true that the spirit chi here is abundant, but the restrictions on the martialists are also greater. It's no wonder that the martialists here can become extremely powerful after cultivating a little. I even suspect that the babies here are already powerhouses who have entered the samsara cycle from the moment they are born, right? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate with a puzzled look. What you said isn't exactly correct. In fact, the babies here have a cultivation base between the 1st and 9th levels of the 1st Revolution life-seizing realm when they are born. This depends on their aptitude. The Yuan Venerate smiled. No way. Doesn't this mean that I'm not even comparable to a baby? Ling Xiao said in shock. That's not entirely true. Although the starting point is higher after birth, cultivating from the 1st level to the 9th level of the life-seizing realm isn't easy. Most of the martialists from the 4 great regions need a decade or 2. Of course, those freaks who are born at the 9th level of the life-seizing realm aren't included. Those fellows might already be divine vein realm martialists in their teens, or even a few years old. The Yuan Venerate explained. It seems like I really have to take it slow. Although I've come to the 4 great regions, it seems like the distance between me and the Moon Lady hasn't shortened at all. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Are you feeling very desperate? The Yuan Venerate asked. Desperate? That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I came from a small town. The first 15 years were basically wasted due to various reasons. In fact, I've only cultivated for a little more than 2 years. Now that I'm 17 years old, I'm already the strongest in the western regions. Now that I've come to the 4 great regions, I firmly believe that I can become an absolute overlord in 2 or 3 years. Perhaps it won't even take that long. This is because the resources here are more abundant, and the spirit chi here is more abundant. My cultivation speed will also be faster. Good. You have ambition. I was most afraid that you would become dispirited after learning about the 4 great regions. Now it seems like I was worried for nothing. The Yuan Venerate heaved a sigh of relief. Master, you can't do that. Have you forgotten? My goal is to unify the mystic world. A mere 4 major regions is but a small step on my path of martial arts. If I can't even take this small step, then how can I unify the mystic world? Isn't that a joke? Ling Xiao would never lose confidence because he had the powerful tyrannical martial soul. He also had excellent aptitude. In this place, where the cultivation environment was obviously better, his growth speed would only be faster than before. Ha ha ha, it seems that I've worried too much. All right, let's go in that direction, if I'm not wrong. If I remember correctly, there should be a city there. The Yuan Venerate went back to rest after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao looked in the direction the Yuan Venerate had pointed and walked over. He had no goal at the moment anyway. Since the Yuan Venerate had given him directions, he would give it a try. Perhaps he could really find a place where people lived. He was really curious now. How were the martialists of the 4 great regions? How would he compare to the martialists of the 4 great regions? There would definitely be danger. There would definitely be stumbling blocks. But who was he? He was Ling Xiao. He was the person who had inherited the will of the human monarch. He was also the person who had inherited the tyrannical martial soul. No matter what trouble he encountered, he would never back down. Chapter 35-28. Sister Jiao Jiao is in the Golden Skies region. That last from the Golden Scripture seems to be the daughter of a rather powerful figure in the Golden Skies region. Let's see if I can find them. This place is still too far from the Eternal Emperor region. Sister Moon Maiden's matter will have to wait. Ling Xiao obviously wanted to reunite with the Moon Maiden now, but he wasn't someone who would bite off more than he could chew. With his current strength, even if he met the Moon Maiden, he would probably be killed. Although the Black Devil was extremely powerful, he couldn't be controlled. There was no way to know if he would appear. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the tyrannical sky martial soul, the Black Devil had only appeared once. Therefore, he had placed his and the Moon Maiden's lives on such uncertain matters. He really didn't dare to do so. However, there was still some improvement. Compared to the Western region, the Golden Skies region was very close to the Eternal Emperor region. It was even said that the areas were connected. During the journey, Ling Xiao wasn't idle. On one hand, he was making use of the abundant spiritual qi to increase the energy in his cultivation sea and raise his cultivation. On the other hand, he was continuing to cultivate the God-Fiend Sword Soul. As for the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Art and 100 Transformation Weapon, he wasn't in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to cultivate and comprehend them after his cultivation reached the Divine Pulse realm. Now that he had the Ice Age and Ice Emperor Sword Art and the 9 Supreme Sword Art, it was definitely enough. Previously, he had tried to cultivate the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Art and almost died from chi deviation. He had to rely on life reversal to save his life. From then on, he knew that the ancient Sword Emperor's words were true. The 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Art had to be at the first level of the Divine Pulse realm at the very least. Otherwise, cultivating it would be courting death. After walking for less than 2 hours, Ling Xiao felt that the energy in his cultivation sea was already full. Although he hadn't broken through yet, he wasn't far from it. This was indeed one of the 4 major regions. In the Western region, pure cultivation wouldn't have such an amazing effect. There's someone? Ling Xiao was about to continue forward when he suddenly smelled the scent of people. At the same time, his Tai Chi eye captured over 20 figures. These people were all at level 8 reincarnation divine state. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as what the savage beast race had said, this was still the border of the 4 regions, the place closest to the Western region. 20 over martial artists actually randomly came out, and they were all existences at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the martial artists of these 4 regions were. If any of these people went to the Western regions, they would definitely be top-notch existences. He was the kind of expert who could destroy a country with a casual wave of his hand. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Those 20 or so people seemed to have discovered Ling Xiao long ago. Kid, I see that your cultivation is not high. How dare you walk around in this sleeping forest alone? Be careful not to encounter those black warriors. You won't even know how you died. There were a total of 26 people. The leader was actually a young girl. He was only 15 or 16 years old, but his cultivation was already at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. He was the strongest person in the group. The woman only glanced at him indifferently, then threw down a sentence, and the 26 people continued to rush forward. Their goal was actually the same as Ling Xiao's. Black warriors? Sleeping forest? Ling Xiao felt a little confused. When he was about to ask about these things, the 26 people had already left like a gust of wind. They really do things their own way. Ling Xiao shook his head and hurriedly chased after them. Relying on the Tai Chi eye, he kept falling behind. But after a moment, his actions angered the group of people. The 26 people stopped. One of the sturdy young men shouted at him 200 meters away, "Kid, what do you want to do with us?" "Meng Chong, don't be so loud. Be careful not to scare him. Maybe he's just on the way with us." The girl in the lead looked at the sturdy young man and said, "Miss, we can't be careless. The black warriors in this sleeping forest are quite cunning. Who knows if he's a spy for those black warriors?" Meng Chong frowned. "Okay, I know what to do." The girl waited for Ling Xiao to walk over before saying, "Are you going to the City of Raging Fire too?" Yes. The City of Raging Fire was the city that the Yuan Venerate had pointed out to Ling Xiao. He had just arrived. Although he knew the general direction, he didn't know the way. If he went alone, it would take a long time. That was why he had the idea of following these people. He didn't expect to annoy them. "Everyone, I don't mean any harm. It's just that I'm new here and not familiar with the way, so I followed you. If you're willing to let me accompany you, I can pay you." Ling Xiao continued, "That's not necessary." The girl shook her head and said, "My name is Meng Fian. What's your name?" "Ling Xiao." "Then Ling Xiao, you can follow us. Anyway, there are more than 20 of us. It doesn't matter if you join us." Meng Fian smiled. This girl was a good person. Ling Xiao was a little touched. "Miss, this person is of unknown origin. You have to think twice." Meng Chong hurriedly said, "There's no need to say more. The people of our Meng village have always been warm-hearted and helpful. Besides, I don't think he's a bad person. If he's a spy for the Black Warrior, he could have informed the Black Warrior long ago. There's no need to follow him all the time. Instead, he'll expose himself." Meng Fian shook her head. Meng Chong looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, "Our miss is kind and willing to help you. However, I'll say this first. If you have any ulterior motives, don't blame me for being rude. I'll break your neck." "Thank you for taking care of me." Ling Xiao didn't dislike Meng Chong. Everything Meng Chong did was for the sake of his team. Although it was unreasonable, it was the way of a smart person. If it were him, he would have done the same. "All right, let's go. These people seem to be in a hurry." Meng Fian didn't want to waste time, so she called out to everyone and went forward. To her, Ling Xiao was just a passerby. She could help him out a little, but it was just in passing. She didn't think too highly of Ling Xiao. If he really encountered danger, she wouldn't help Ling Xiao. What she wanted to do was to let Ling Xiao follow them to the City of Raging Fire. She was kind, but she wasn't a saint. As for Meng Chong and the others, they didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes. 26 people, all of them increased their speed to the limit. "Hee, if you can keep up, we'll take you to the City of Raging Fire. If you can't keep up, don't blame us." Meng Chong laughed and rushed out with the large group. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and followed closely behind. Although he could only float about a foot in the air in the 4 great regions, his speed was much slower. However, the speed of these people was also not fast. Chapter 35-29. "It seems that my fighting strength still surpasses theirs," Ling Xiao thought to himself as he chased. Although he was only at the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, his actual fighting strength was stronger than the girl called Meng Fian. This way, he would be more confident in his heart. Next, even if he encountered trouble, he would know what to do. After rushing forward for a while, Meng Fian looked back. She was kinder than those men. She was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to keep up. However, she was shocked by what she saw. They had already been rushing forward for half an hour, and this young man called Ling Xiao had actually been following closely behind. Moreover, his expression didn't change at all. It seemed that he was even more relaxed than them. Not to mention her surprise, Meng Chong was even more surprised. "Good boy, you're hiding your strength." Meng Chong was a strong person, but he had to admit that Ling Xiao was even more powerful than he had imagined. "You also want to go to the Raging Fire City to meet the Zifu Special Envoy, right?" Meng Fian slowed down a bit, so that she could walk side by side with Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao wouldn't delay the speed, then there was no need to worry. "Zifu Special Envoy? What's that?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "To be honest, let alone the Zifu Special Envoy, I have never heard of the Black Warrior or the Sleeping Forest. No way, you don't even know the Zifu Special Envoy. This is too shocking. Where did you come from?" Meng Fian was obviously surprised. "A small place, not worth mentioning." Ling Xiao didn't say that he came from the western region, otherwise it would scare others. After all, Ever since Ji Fuling and Yuxinyue, no one had come from the western region to the four great regions. Meng Fian wanted to say something, but suddenly, two screams came from the front. It turned out that the two people at the front were suddenly shot by arrows from the dense forest and died. "Protect the miss," Meng Chong shouted, and immediately went to Meng Fian's side and slashed towards Ling Xiao. "Boy, you really are the Black Warrior's spy. This brother has misunderstood." After Ling Xiao dodged the blade, he said, "This is my first time here. I don't even know what a Black Warrior is." "Who would believe your nonsense?" Meng Chong was obviously much more cautious than Meng Fian. He did not believe Ling Xiao's words at all. "You should leave." Meng Fian glanced at Ling Xiao and said, although she was willing to believe in Ling Xiao, she could not maintain absolute trust in a stranger at this juncture. It was already very good that he didn't make a move. Alas, Ling Xiao sighed and turned around, disappearing into the forest. He got off easy. Meng Chong gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to fight. However, the overall strength of the Dark Warriors in the forest was much stronger than these men from Ming Village. All of them were at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Other than Meng Fian, who could still fight, among the other martial artists, only Meng Chong looked like he could still hold on. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 people had been killed. Some were killed by arrows, while others had their heads cut off by swords. Their deaths were extremely tragic. "Meng Chong, take the young miss and break out of the encirclement. We will stop these guys." Although these people were not as strong as the Dark Warriors, they were all good men. No one was willing to run away. They were willing to stay and fight to create a chance for Meng Fian to escape. "Brothers, I'm sorry." Meng Chong gritted his teeth. He knew very well that if he continued to stay here, the final result would be a complete annihilation. Not only would he die, but Meng Fian would also die. Their mission was to safely send Meng Fian to the City of Raging Fire. As long as this mission was completed, even if they died, it would be worth it. What they were most afraid of was that the mission was not completed and they died. That would be depressing. Escape? Where are you going? Your Meng village has been against us Dark Warriors for many years. Today, you have run into our hands. I don't know if that old thing from Meng village will vomit blood if we capture Meng Fian. Ha 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 ha. Among the Dark Warriors, one of them held a long sword and blocked Meng Fian and Meng Chong's path. There were as many as 18 Dark Warriors in this group. Although there were fewer of them, their overall strength was much stronger. Therefore, the people from Meng village were naturally not their opponents. "How did you know our route?" Meng Fian asked coldly. "What's the point of asking this now?" The leader of the Dark Warriors sneered. "But it's okay to tell you. We have people in your Meng village." "Miss, I told you. That guy is a spy," Meng Chong said angrily. "You shouldn't have let him go." "No, it was just a coincidence that he met us. I believe that the spy that the Dark Warriors said is not him." Meng Fian shook her head. This time, the route was very secret, and the time was also very secretive. It was impossible for the Dark Warriors to know. Therefore, it must be the people who participated in the planning of the route who leaked this matter. "Well, I have answered your question. You should be obedient and let us capture you. In fact, I really want to know how the young miss of Ming Village will feel in bed. Such a fierce little wild horse. It must feel good." The leader of the Dark Warriors walked toward Meng Fian and Meng Chong and sneered. "Miss, you go first. I will block these people." Meng Chong roared. "Little Chong, get out of the way. You are not their match. Let me do it. If they want my life, they will have to pay the price." Although Meng Fian was the one being protected, she was actually the strongest among the 26 people. If she left, these people would have no chance to live. The Dark Warriors were all wearing black soft armor, only revealing a pair of eyes. They looked very mysterious. However, his eyes were filled with an extremely cruel intent. From their fighting style, it could be seen that they were not only stronger than the people of Meng Village. Moreover, they had more combat experience. Obviously, they were a group of 30 to 40 years old veterans. In the dense forest, Ling Xiao did not leave. He had been waiting for an opportunity to cut in. The opponent was not weak. 17 9th level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists had not lost a single one. Only 2 of them were injured. In this way, even if he rushed out, it was impossible for him to defeat all 17 of them. Therefore, once he decided to make a move, he had to ensure that he could win. Because the girl called Ming Fian treated him well, he did not like to owe others favors. Since he owed them a favor, he had to return it. However, to be honest, seeing those 8th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists being killed like cutting melons and vegetables, Ling Xiao was still very shocked. Such an expert was definitely a giant in the Western region and was only slightly weaker than the God and Devil Order Master. But here, they were only low-level martial artists that could be killed by others at will. Don't be afraid. There are no cowards in our Ming village. They have fewer people, and we have more people. If we join forces, even if we die, we will drag a few of them down with us. Ming Fian stood out and shouted. As a young girl, a woman, to have such courage was really not bad. Chapter 35-30. Under Ming Fian's command, the Ming village's warriors, who had low morale, surrounded Ming Fian and formed a battle formation. In this way, it would not be easy for the 17 black warriors to kill them. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The young man named Meng Chong suddenly placed the blade in his hand on Ming Fian's neck. I should have known that you are the spy. Ming Fian sighed. She did think of this matter, but she did not want to believe it. Meng Chong was her childhood sweetheart who had grown up with her. How could he become a spy for the black warriors? I'm sorry, don't blame me. There is no future in the Ming village. But as long as I hand you over to the leader of the black warriors, I can become a black warrior. I will have a great opportunity to be promoted. Meng Chong said lightly. When he said this, he did not feel that it was inappropriate, as if it was normal. Meng Chong, you shameless bastard. Big Miss has always been good to you. Your old mother, who could not move, was always helped by her. She even found someone to take care of her. Among all the guards, your pay is the highest. You are simply heartless. A young man roared. Mengi, stop talking. You can leave now. Stay alive and avenge me. Meng Fian suddenly shouted. Go. No, we will never go. We are not a shameless villain like Meng Chong. We are willing to live and die with Big Miss. Mengi roared. Live and die with Big Miss. The others also shouted loudly. Hee, Meng Chong, you did a good job. The leader will definitely reward you in the future. The leader of the Black Warriors sneered, looked at the Ming village warriors and said, Now, all of you kneel down and commit suicide one by one. Otherwise, I will kill your Big Mississippi. No, it will be a pity to kill her. We will use her to our advantage in front of you. Beast, you will die a horrible death. Meng Fian roared hysterically. Die a horrible death? Hee, I want to see who can make us die a horrible death. Meng Chong, hold this bitch down for this daddy. The leader of the Black Warriors sneered and walked towards Meng Fian. Meng Fian's struggle had instead aroused his beastly nature. At this moment, he only had eyes for Meng Fian. He never thought that someone would attack him at this time. However, just as he was about to take off Meng Fian's clothes, blood splattered everywhere. The leader of the Black Warriors widened his eyes. He couldn't believe it. His head gradually slid down from his neck. Then, he fell to the ground. Ah! Meng Chong cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated, afraid that he would be the next to die. However, the attack did not continue. Ling Xiao used the Shadow Warrior to finally kill the leader of the Black Warriors. Although he had only killed one person, but all the Dark Warriors were shocked. He shielded Ming Fian behind him and coldly shouted, Ming Ai, protect your eldest Mississippi, it's you. Ming Fian recognized Ling Xiao. That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you could have just left. Meng Fian said, yes, but I have a bad habit. I don't like to owe people favors. Since you are willing to help me, I can't just watch you get hurt. Ling Xiao laughed, but you are definitely no match for them. There are too many of them. Although Meng Fian was surprised that Ling Xiao could actually kill the leader of the Black Warriors. But she also knew. Killing one person was different from killing 16 people. Isn't there still everyone? Ling Xiao said. Miss Fian must be very angry now and want to take revenge. So, kill all these disgusting enemies. Yes. Meng Fian wiped away her tears and looked at Meng Chong. You traitor, today I will start with you. After saying that, she rushed towards Meng Chong. Meng Yi and the others stood behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's appearance, as well as his shocking killing move, made them incomparably impressed. Although they looked down on Ling Xiao before, they were now extremely impressed by Ling Xiao. The world of martial arts was like this. The strong would be respected. Big brother Ling, your orders. Meng Yi said, follow behind me and pick up the scraps. I will try my best to injure them first. Ling Xiao said, all right. They did not doubt Ling Xiao's words at all. At this time, the Black Warriors had already recovered from their initial shock. They could feel the aura of Ling Xiao's 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. One of them could not help but sneer. I was almost scared to death by him. So he is just a martial artist at the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Boss was careless just now and was actually killed by him. Brothers, don't be afraid. Take revenge for Boss. Revenge. Everyone shouted in unison. Obviously, they did not take Ling Xiao, who was at the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, to heart. I will use you guys to test my fighting strength. After all, dead objects are just dead objects. They are different from martial artists. Ling Xiao actually hoped that there would be a battle, because only in this way could he find out what he was now in the 4 major regions. This included his cultivation, his martial arts, and so on. His eyes were filled with excitement. Ice Age appeared in his hand, shining with a cold light. Then, he released his divine demon sword soul. He did not plan to use his beast soul transformation to deal with these people. In addition to the Shadow Warrior from before, he wanted to use his own body to try. With his divine demon sword soul, if everything went well, he should be able to take down these people easily. Oh, he is a sword warrior. I wonder how strong he is. A black warrior walked out from the crowd. The rest of them walked towards the Ming village's martial artists. They felt that sending one of them to deal with Ling Xiao was already giving him enough face. Kill. Suddenly, one of the black warriors charged towards Ling Xiao with a long saber in his hand. Wherever the long saber went, saber chi swept across. However, Ling Xiao frowned. This was because the martial arts technique used by the black warrior was only at the elementary king level. He did not know if the other party was looking down on him, or if the martial arts techniques of the 4 major regions were only at this level. Don't worry too much. Although the cultivation of the 4 major regions is generally very high, their martial arts techniques are not that powerful. The reason why there are advanced and peak king level martial arts techniques in the Western region is because of the inheritance of the immemorial divine tomb. Furthermore, only the top martial artists of the 4 major factions possess king level martial arts techniques. It is the same in the 4 major regions. Generally speaking, only divine vein realm martial artists are qualified to use advanced king level martial arts techniques. Most reincarnation realm martial artists only have intermediate king-level martial arts techniques and below. Yuan Venerate explained to Ling Xiao in a timely manner. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's hands did not stop moving. If what Yuan Venerate said was true, then wouldn't using Ice Age to deal with these people be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? After all, the martial arts techniques of Ice Age were all at the peak king level. After thinking about it, he simply put away Ice Age. He took out the ice-revered sword. Chapter 35-31. Mid-King level revered Ice Supreme Sword Art, coupled with Mid-King level Realm of Extreme Cold, Whale Hunting Lightning Spear, Black Flame Skull, and other Mid-King level secret techniques. Ling Xiao felt that he should be able to win. Although the warriors of the 4 major domains should not be underestimated. But there was no need to think too highly of them. His Tai Chi I could tell him how much strength he should use to deal with his opponents. Extreme Cold Domain. Ling Xiao coldly shouted, and the surroundings instantly became cold and gloomy. Those warriors who were rushing towards Meng Yi and the others suddenly slowed down their speed. Go! Ling Xiao waved his hand, using his Extreme Cold Domain to control the enemies, and then letting the Ming village people attack. He could make up for the disadvantage in cultivation. Brothers, follow me to kill the enemies. Meng Yi roared and rushed out. Ling Xiao's extreme cold domain was controlled by his soul power, so it was easy for him to distinguish between friend and foe. Kill. Ling Xiao also attacked at the same time. The revered Ice Supreme Sword stabbed out, and the revered Ice Supreme Sword art exploded. The black warrior who was rushing towards him had his throat pierced by the sword. He died on the spot. His explosive combat strength made everyone incomparably shocked. Bloodthirsty plague. Seeing that the Ming village youths did not have much of an advantage, Ling Xiao simply released the bloodthirsty plague. It further weakened the black warrior's strength. The group of black warriors had to use almost 50% of their strength to suppress the plague's invasion. As a result, the Ming village youths suddenly had a huge advantage. Previously, 6 of their brothers were killed. They died miserably. Now, they had a chance to take revenge. He attacked furiously, forcing the remaining 15 black warriors to retreat step by step. Meng Yi had already killed one of them, and he rushed towards another. This kid is too strange. What the hell is that? Retreat. Quickly retreat. The black warriors finally realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. However, it was already too late to escape. Within the domain of extreme cold, the speed of each of them was abnormally slow. They could not escape the attacks of the Ming village youths. In just a moment, all 15 black warriors were killed. The situation was completely reversed. As for the rest of the Ming village's young men, none of them were killed, and only one of them was lightly wounded. At this moment, the battle between Meng Fian and Meng Chong had yet to end. It was obvious how unlucky those black warriors were under the control of the bloodthirsty plague and the domain of extreme cold. Too strong. Brother Ling. Meng Yi excitedly wiped the blood off his face. He was not injured. It was all the enemy's blood. Sure. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It seemed that the current 9th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist was not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. Next, he would challenge a divine vein realm martial artist. Eldest miss, please spare my life. Finally, Meng Chong was also slashed to the ground by Meng Fian. Meng Chong covered his bleeding shoulder and knelt on the ground crying, "Miss, I was forced. They said that if I didn't help them, they would kill my mother. I really don't have a choice." The saber in Meng Fian's hand could no longer cut down. She thought of their childhood sweethearts. He thought of Meng Chong's mother's sorrowful look after learning of Meng Chong's death. Her saber seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. She could no longer swing it. However, at this moment, Meng Chong suddenly jumped up, grabbed Meng Fian's hand, and placed the saber on Meng Fian's neck. What a stupid woman. Do you believe everything I say? Meng Chong sneered, looked at Meng Yi and the others, and said, "All of you, step back. Whoever dares to come over, I will kill her." "You're really shameless," Meng Yi said angrily, but he had to step back. The rest of the Ming village youth also stepped back. However, one person took a step forward. "Then kill her. I guarantee that if she dies, not only will you not live, but you will also be tortured." Ling Xiao looked at Meng Chong coldly and continued to walk forward. "Anyway, she has nothing to do with me. I just feel that you are too annoying, too despicable. If I don't kill you, I will be very unhappy." "Stop. If you don't stop, I will really make a move." The saber in Meng Chong's hand left a bloody mark on Meng Fian's neck. However, Ling Xiao still did not have any intention of stopping. "I said, if you want to do it like a man. She has nothing to do with me. You can't threaten me." Not only did Ling Xiao not stop, but he also sped up. Damn it. Meng Chong knew that Meng Fian was useless to him. He suddenly pushed Meng Fian towards Ling Xiao. He tried to use Meng Fian to block Ling Xiao's advance. Then he turned around and fled. Soul-devouring domain. Whale-hunting lightning spear. Suddenly, a spear flashing with lightning rushed in front of Meng Chong. Without any warning, Meng Chong directly hit the whale-hunting lightning spear. He was pierced through. However, he still did not die, because Ling Xiao did not intend to take his life. "You go and deal with him. I won't help anymore." Ling Xiao looked at Meng Fian and said. Meng Fian gritted her teeth. This time, she didn't hesitate. Even when facing Meng Chong's painful cries, her saber still slashed down fiercely. Meng Chang's head was separated from his body, and he died tragically on the spot. Miss, remember in the future, when you are in the world of martial artists, you must not be soft-hearted. Although you are a woman, you must remember this. If it wasn't for me just now, you would have died. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Fian and said very seriously, "Thank you, Brother Ling, for your guidance. I understand." Meng Fian bowed and said, "Well, it's not a guidance, but shouldn't we be on our way? Such a big thing happened here. I'm afraid that the black martial artists will soon know. It's not good to stay here for long." Ling Xiao reminded, "Yes, these are just trash among the black martial artists. If we encounter a divine pulse realm expert, we will be dead for sure." Under Ling Xiao's reminder, Meng Fian immediately gave the order to put the corpses of her companions into the storage ring. Then, they quickly set off. Ling Xiao noticed that Meng Fian had also put away Meng Chang's corpse, but he didn't say anything. A dead person will no longer be a threat. What Meng Fian wanted to do was actually not important. They rushed forward for another hour. The outline of the city of raging fire could be faintly seen. Everyone finally found a place to stop and rest. Ling Xiao just sat there. Meng Yi and 17 Meng family youths knelt in front of him. "Thank you, Brother Ling, for saving our lives. If it wasn't for Brother Ling today, we wouldn't have the chance to see the light of day again." Meng Fian also walked over, bowed and said, "Meng Yi is right. If it wasn't for Big Brother Ling today, I wouldn't be here today. If it wasn't for Brother Ling today, I'm afraid I would have been defiled by those black martial artists. Even if I die, I can't be innocent. Your great kindness to our Meng village will be engraved in our hearts. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely be a cow or a horse." "That's too much of an exaggeration. I'm just lifting a finger. Besides, most of the black martial artists were killed by you." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "This group of people was too honest. They were willing to be a cow or a horse." Chapter 35-32. Big Brother Ling must be joking. No matter how stupid we are, we can understand that if it wasn't for Big Brother Ling's actions, those people wouldn't have become so weak all of a sudden. Meng Yi said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Actually, you should be thanking yourselves. If not for Miss Fian being willing to bring me to the Raging Fire City, who knows, I might just leave you guys in the lurch." Ling Xiao waved his hand, allowing everyone to stand up, and then asked, "Can you tell me about the situation around here? Big Brother Ling, are you really not from here?" Meng Fian had thought that Ling Xiao was just making an excuse, but now, it seemed like it wasn't the case. "I already said that I came from a small place and have always been obsessed with cultivation. I know very little about the outside world. Can I trouble you to tell me about it?" The reason why he didn't ask before was because he suddenly met the Black Warrior. Now, he could finally ask about it in a down-to-earth manner. Of course. Meng Fian sat beside Ling Xiao and laughed. "Firstly, this is the Golden Heavenly Domain. Secondly, in the Golden Heavenly Domain, there is a large empire, for strong countries, and one large empire is the Golden Heavenly Country. And here, it belongs to one of the 4 strong countries, the Eastern Victory Strong Country. Thirdly, the area occupied by the Eastern Victory Strong Country should be about 1/5 of the Golden Heavenly Domain. In this huge territory, there are 300 big countries, 30,000 small countries, 1,000,000 main cities, and hundreds of millions of cities. And here, one of the 300 big countries, the Purple Mansion Great Country. Fourthly, the Raging Fire City is one of the hundreds of millions of cities, and our Meng family village is a small force within the Raging Fire City. As for the Sleeping Forest, it is the largest forest outside the Raging Fire City." Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. What a joke. He had only heard of the 4 great regions before. He had never thought that just the Golden Heavenly Domain would have such a huge territory. 1 big empire, 4 strong countries, 300 big countries, and the number of cities was over 100 million. To be more specific, we are currently in the 4 great regions, the Golden Heavenly Domain, the Eastern Victory Strong Country, the Purple Mansion Great Country, the Purple Spirit Small Country, and the Raging Fire City under the Thousand Flames Main City. Meng Fian was afraid that Ling Xiao, so she explained it again. This place of yours is truly large. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was meeting the Moon Lady, Ling Jiao, or the godly grimoire, he had to postpone it. Because with his current strength, he wasn't even able to fly. If he wanted to head to the Eternal Emperor region from Raging Flame City, that would probably take over 100 years. This place was too big, and it was really troublesome to not be able to fly. Moreover, they weren't familiar with the roads, so it was easy for them to get lost. In the end, he might even end up going in circles. I've heard of a place called the Western region. Although it's also called a region, it's actually smaller than the territory of a small country. Meng Fian said proudly. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew best how big the Western regions were. Among these 4 regions, the Western region was not even as big as a small country. However, just below the Zifu kingdom, there were 30,000 smaller kingdoms. 30,000 Western regions. F*CKU. F*CKF*CKF*. Ling Xiao was completely speechless. He had thought that he would be able to meet the Moon Lady quickly after arriving in the 4 major regions. Who knew that the outcome would be like this? It seemed like the entire Black Tortoise continent was basically occupied by the 4 major regions. He had spent such a long time, but he was actually just strolling in a small corner of the Black Tortoise continent. It was really a blow to him. Oh right, Fian, do you know of any faster ways to go from the Golden Sky region to the Eternal Emperor region? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. For example, something like a teleportation formation? Yes. Meng Fian nodded. Basically, there are teleportation arrays between cities and main cities, between main cities and small countries, between small countries and large countries, between large countries and powerful countries, and between powerful countries and empires. However, you have to take it step by step. Moreover, to use the teleportation formation, even if it's just between cities, you have to be at least a divine vein realm martial artist. Not only that, you have to consume high-grade spirit stones every time. It's not that I want to say this, Big Brother Ling, but with your current cultivation, it's impossible to do such a thing. Moreover, from what I heard, you want to go to the Eternal Emperor region. I really don't know if there are any teleportation formations between the 4 major regions. Even if there are, I reckon that the requirement of strength is extremely high. Speaking until here, Meng Fian glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed, Big Brother Ling, I think that rather than thinking about the teleportation formation now, it's better to go to the Golden Sky region. It's better to raise your strength as soon as possible. If that's the case, everything will be easily solved. You're right. Ling Xiao nodded and said, no matter how many difficulties there are, it won't be able to stop the increase of cultivation. In this world, there's nothing that the strong can't do. Big Brother Ling, you have a backbone. We wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing. Perhaps people like us can only stay in this raging fire city for the rest of our lives. Meng Fian was very surprised that Ling Xiao wasn't discouraged after hearing her words. One must know that generally, only martial artists at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm would hear so many difficulties. It was impossible for them to think about going to the Eternal Emperor region. Because I have a reason to go to the Eternal Emperor region. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. Sister Moon Maiden, wait a little longer. It'll be soon. I'll definitely rush to the Eternal Emperor region as soon as possible. He didn't dare to say anything else, but in terms of cultivation speed, he wasn't bragging. Even if he came to the 4 major regions, he believed that he would definitely beat anyone here. And for some reason, he had a strange feeling. Perhaps he wouldn't have to wait that long. The Moon Maiden would soon appear by his side. Although this was just an inexplicable feeling, Ling Xiao believed that there was definitely a connection between him and the Moon Maiden. Let's go. He stood up. The first step was to go to the Raging Fire City and find an opportunity to see if he could go to a bigger place. Everything had to be done step by step. You just said that the Zifu envoy is coming to the Raging Fire City? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of what Meng Fian said before. Yes, I'm going to the Raging Fire City this time to see if I can't find a way to become a member of the Zifu Academy. Meng Fian said excitedly. Zifu Academy? Ling Xiao asked as he walked. He was very curious about everything here. The Zifu Academy is a place where the Zifu Great Kingdom cultivates talents. The martial artists who are able to enter that place are usually either generals or martial arts masters. Meng Fian continued excitedly. It's a pity that the Zifu Academy's enrollment is very strict. Not only do you have to be clear about your background, the most important thing is that your cultivation has to be at least at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. This is really too difficult. Then why are you still going? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. According to the requirements of the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm, the Zifu Academy wouldn't even look at Meng Fian. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.